Good evening, everyone. We are now ready to begin. Thank you. Please take your seats. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting this Monday evening, February 2nd, 2026. I call this meeting to order. Let us all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Certainly, Mayor Lorraine. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Present.
Councilmember Sfirko-Goditsky.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez.
Here.
Mayor Lorraine.
Here.
And Councilmember Newsom.
Here. Thank you. We are excited to be here in person, with options for those who choose not to be in person to still participate virtually. Thank you for your cooperation and for helping us maintain an efficient and accessible meeting environment. There are several ways to participate in public comment tonight. For those attending in person, you may complete a yellow request to speak slip, hopefully there's respect there too, and hand it to the city clerk. If you're participating remotely, please use the raise your hand feature in Zoom, and you'll be called on at the appropriate time. If you call in via phone, you may press *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, please press *6 to unmute. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for each specific item. For members of the public watching on YouTube, please note, if you wish to provide live public comment, unfortunately we do not have that ability within YouTube itself. You should join the meeting through the Zoom webinar instead and use the access information listed on our agenda available on our city website. And with that, we will start our meeting tonight with a ceremonial item. It is celebrating Black History Month and the NAACP San Mateo Branch Centennial Commemoration. I would like to invite to the podium Mr. Maurice Goodman, the chapter president of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, San Mateo County. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine, Deputy Mayor Fernandez, council members and staff. On behalf of the San Mateo NAACP President Maurice Goodman and our branch, we accept this Black History Month proclamation not only with gratitude, but with purpose and responsibility. Black history is not a footnote. It is American history. It is a legacy of resistance, brilliance, survival, and leadership in face of systems designed to exclude and silence. As we honor the achievements of Black Americans, we must also confront the ongoing realities of racial injustice, economic inequity, and unequal access to opportunity. This year carries special weight. We mark the 100th anniversary of what began as Black History Week, founded by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, and has grown into Black History Month, a testament to the power of persistence and truth-telling. We also honor the 100th anniversary of the San Mateo NAACP, a century of advocacy, organizing, and unwavering commitment to justice in this community. This proclamation is meaningful not just as a recognition, but as a reminder of responsibility. Recognition must be paired with action. A commemoration must lead to change. Black History Month calls on us to move forward, move beyond celebration and toward accountability, equity, and justice this month and every month. We accept this proclamation committed to continuing the work, amplifying Black voices, challenging inequity wherever it exists, and building a future rooted in dignity, truth, and liberation for all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you so much, City Council, City leadership, as well as a community of San Mateo. We'd like to make sure that we continue the work that we've been doing over the last century and continue it into the future and continue to fight for justice, dignity, and a more inclusive San Mateo. One that brings together our community, one that respects our community, where we respect the humanity and dignity of each other. Thank you. And now I'd like to begin our presentation of our 100 for 100 campaign that we are celebrating this year. So who we are. You need to click it. You have the clicker? Okay, there's. We're the oldest civil rights organization in San Mateo County. We celebrate 100 years of dedicated advocacy, protection, and community leadership. We are a volunteer-led, community-powered, maintaining a steadfast local focus. Our local impact includes 100 years of civil rights advocacy and active response to discrimination, ensuring education equity and school accountability, cultivating youth leadership through mentorship and scholarships, advancing voter education and civil engagement, and building vital coalitions with local governments and nonprofits. Our impact also goes beyond our county, where we collaborate on a statewide level with education and parent advocacy, national alignment, maintaining our policies are aligned with the national NAACP. Cross-country collaborations working together on regional, cross-county collaborations working together on regional issues of equity, housing, and justice. Why this work matters. Over 100 years of addressing rising incidents of hate and bias, especially in this current environment that we find ourselves. We've been combating persistent racial disparities in education and opportunity, serving as a trusted advocate for families seeking support, upholding the principles that democracy requires active protection. Why support? Because we have a proven track record, a trusted institution with a century of results, a strong network establishing partnerships with cities, schools, and community organizations throughout the county and beyond. And integrity, an accountable, transparent way in which we do our business on a daily basis. Dr. King says the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. We all know that it bends not by itself, but by us all putting our hands and our fingerprints on it together. The 100 for 100 Centennial campaign is a goal. We have a goal of engaging over 1,000 supporters to give $100. The vision, celebrating 100 years of service while investing in the next century of justice. The uses of the funds include legal support and civil rights advocacy, youth scholarships and leadership programs, voter engagement and community education, and rapid response support for residents in need. How city leaders can help. You can lead by example, by personally participating in our 100 for 100 campaign. You can advocate. You can share the campaign with your professional and personal networks. You can what you can do is also recognize and provide public recognition for the branch's centennial, which you've already done, and we thank you for that. And you can continue the ongoing collaboration with the NAACP San Mateo. In conclusion, we ask that you join us, you honor our past, support the present, and build for a more just future. And join the 100 for 100 campaign. You can do so by scanning the QR code. And I'd like to thank you again for your collaboration and your recognition. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Maurice. Thank you, Alexis Lewis, and everybody who stood up. Please don't go too far, because we would like to take a photo to commemorate the occasion, but I also want to read the proclamations prepared by the city, one for Black History Month more broadly, and one for the 100 Centennial celebration. So we'll start with Black History Month. Whereas, since 1976, Black History Month has been an annual celebration of Black history and culture, and a time to recognize the people, events, and moments that shape the identities and experiences of Black Americans. And whereas the Association for the Study of African American Life and History has declared this year's theme A Century of Black History Commemorations, marking 100 years of national efforts to honor, preserve, and uplift Black history. And whereas the theme, A Century of Black History Commemorations, encourages communities to explore the impact and meaning of Black history and life commemorations in transforming the status of Black peoples in the modern world. And whereas throughout history, Black Americans have made profound contributions across many areas of civic life, including religion, social justice movements, culture, public service, and education. Studying African Americans' labor and labor struggles are important organizing foci for new interpretations and reinterpretations of the Black past, present, and future. And whereas the City of San Mateo community is proud to celebrate, alongside our fellow Black Americans, the last and indelible contributions and leadership in labor that the Black community has gifted to all of us. Now, therefore, I, Adam Lorraine, Mayor of San Mateo, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize the month of February 2026 as Black History Month. Thank you for bearing with me on that. And now we have another proclamation for the centennial commemoration of this San Mateo branch of NAACP. Whereas the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, was founded in 1909 in response to racial injustice and violence, with a commitment to securing equal rights and justice for all people. And whereas the San Mateo branch of the NAACP was chartered in February 1926 and has served the San Mateo community for a century. And whereas the NAACP works to secure the political, educational, social, and economic equality of rights, in order to eliminate race-based discrimination and ensure the health and well-being of all persons. And whereas through advocacy, education, and community engagement, the NAACP has consistently worked to advance justice, equity, and civil rights at the local, state, and national levels. And whereas, for the past 100 years, the San Mateo branch of the NAACP has played a vital role in strengthening the local community by advocating for civil rights and equal opportunity for all individuals, regardless of race, sexual orientation, gender identity, residency status, or political affiliation. Now, therefore, I, Adam Lorraine, Mayor of San Mateo, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby acknowledge all the hard work accomplished and continued by the NAACP San Mateo branch and celebrate the NAACP San Mateo branch centennial commemoration. Thank you very much, and we can have a photo. Thank you, everyone. At this time, We are now moving beyond the ceremonial portion of tonight's meeting, which includes business items being considered by the council tonight. For that reason, I would like to remind all in the room and online that at this point we will be enforcing our rules of decorum. As such, we do not allow for cheering, jeering, or booing during the business portion of the meeting, as this tends to put a chill on public comment. Our goal is to ensure that all perspectives are heard. Our motto is give respect, get respect, and we appreciate your cooperation with this. City Clerk, can you please now read our consent calendar for tonight?
Certainly, Mayor Lorraine. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered by the council to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion. If discussion is desired, that item may be removed and considered separately. Item number 2, City Council meeting minutes approval. Item number 3, accessory dwelling unit ordinance, zoning code amendments, ordinance adoption. Item number 4, salary schedule revision for the senior transportation planner approval. Item number 5, senior transportation get-around program amendment. And finally, item number 6, audio solutions special event support agreement.
Thank you, City Clerk. Is there any member of the council who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar tonight? Seeing none, City Clerk, if there are members of the public who wish to comment on any consent calendar item, now would be the time. This would be for consent calendar items only, just what the City Clerk just read. Mr. City Clerk, are there any public comment?
No request to speak in our chambers. I do see some hands raised in our virtual environment. Just as the mayor clarified, this is for consent calendar items only. If you wish to speak on either general public comment or item number 7 on the agenda, please lower your hand now, as we are only considering public comment for items on the consent calendar. Looks like we have one request to speak. Deborah, we'll set the timer at 3 minutes per speaker. Deborah, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yes, hello. Sorry, I think that this may not be appropriate at this time, but I just wanted to ask, my name is Deborah Athens. I'm a 30-year Glazenwood homeowner, and I first want to thank the council very much for your support last week.
Sorry, Deborah, this sounds like we're about to get to general public comment, which may be a better place for this comment. So we're just looking at consent calendar. We'll call you for general public comment. Thank you, Deborah. With that, Mayor Lorraine, there's no request to speak on the consent calendar.
Okay, thank you. At that point, I'll close public comment on consent calendar only and ask if there's a motion from the council.
A motion.
Second.
To approve. Thank you. City Clerk, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Strierko-Gaditsky?
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is public comment, general public comment for items that are not on our agenda tonight. Members of the public wishing to comment may address the City Council at this time. State law prevents council from taking action on any matter not on the agenda. Your comments, though, may be referred to staff for follow-up. This public comment section is generally limited to a total of 15 minutes, but that is subject to council's discretion and can be extended if council wishes to do so. If needed, an opportunity for additional public comment may also be provided later in the agenda. City Clerk, please tally the number of requests to speak on general public comment.
Mayor Lorraine, we have received a total of 11 requests to speak for general public comment. Per council adopted rules and procedures, that sets our time limit at 2 minutes per speaker. So our final speaker in council chambers will be, for general public comment, will be Tasso Zagrafis. And our final speaker in our virtual environment will be Mary Erfurt. We will not be accepting any additional requests for general public comment. When I call your name, we'll begin with requests to speak in chambers. When I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, that'll help make sure we receive all of your comments expeditiously. So our first speaker will be Kevin Simpson, followed by May Lee and Chris Eckert.
Hello, Council. I spoke to you
last week about the tragic death of Veronica Vasquez, which is only the latest in a number of these incidents that we've had on our city streets. Sadly, another resident of our community was nearly run over at the same intersection since then. This person not only witnessed what happened to Veronica Vasquez, but in trying to cross the street herself since then, was nearly hit by a red light runner on El Camino and a left turner off of Bovet. So she wrote to Caltrans, and surprisingly, in my view, she got an actual response in a timely fashion. And I won't read it all to you, but I'm going to forward to you what she posted, which is that Caltrans said that the city is responsible for all of the lights and signage and timing for people crossing El Camino from 17th or Bovet or anything related to that. They specifically cited things like protected left turn signals and other things. Now, we have a workshop, I think it's this week, to talk about what happened to Yolanda over on Delaware and Peninsula. And I hope to God that we are not going to wait that long before we have a workshop about what to do about 17th and Bovet. And so I'm asking you to prioritize this, and we, the community, want to hear from you when this stuff is going to get addressed. People are dying, and they're almost dying in the 2s and 3s. So please show us what matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be May Lee, followed by Chris Eckert and Alicia Woodfall-Jones.
Hi, this is May. Thank you for the opportunity. Last 2 minutes, I shared something high radio frequency detected and then directed energy weapon or laser possible damage on the trees. And I show the pictures of the burned tree leaves and then in different locations in the city. And today I'm talking about something biosensors and our biofield and the brain being, I believe, based on my research and my own experiences, being connected to the clouds without knowing it, because we do not know the symptoms. And there are a lot of information. So any information I share from the website, YouTube, I only share their technical information. I do not know who's been doing it, and I do not know. Apparently, this is not only affect the Ceremonial, looks like, but affecting every one of us, or 99%, I believe. So, this person, his name is Chase. Hold on, sorry.
Technology designed to manipulate you specifically. And in 1972, they could talk someone into murder in 45 minutes. If you just imagine.
So this video, this officer
It's
has
not your attention they're fighting for. It's your identity.
Okay.
Here's what he reveals about the algorithms.
If I've got you for 16 hours with advanced algorithms and technology designed to manipulate you specifically, and in 1972, they could talk someone into murder in 45 minutes.
Okay, so this officer is
Thank you, May. Your time is up.
ex-CIA officer.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to share more next time.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Chris Eckert, followed by Alicia Woodfall-Jones and Pam Riddlemeyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, city staff, I am a resident of, I'm going to say the historic Glazenwood neighborhood, and I respectfully request that the council agendize a formal discussion to grandfather Glazenwood, the Glazenwood Historic District status before finalizing the historic preservation ordinance. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Alicia Woodfall-Jones, followed by Pam Riddlemeyer and Tasso Zagrafis.
I'm here to discuss recent cell tower appeals that were granted against many others that were not. In December, I asked council to revisit earlier permits because they had the same equipment and same boilerplate application language. I was told the successful appeals have no bearing on earlier permits. But I've since learned from our own telecom expert, who has been right all along the way, that revisiting earlier permits is legally feasible. I ask you, what is the city's threshold for determining material misrepresentation of facts? Specifically, why does the use of an arbitrary 200-foot radius found by the hearing officer to be invalid not meet that threshold? And how can that misrepresentation of facts be the critical factor in 2 appeals while ignored in many others? In closing, I implore council to 1, independently investigate this issue. 2, consult with outside telecom and legal experts on this issue. And 3, confirm that revisiting earlier permits is legally feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 2 speakers will be Pam Riddlemeyer, followed by Tasso Zagrafis.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and City Council members. I'm Pam Riddlemeyer. I'm here tonight on behalf of Burrell Neighborhood Association. As you all know, a very tragic death happened in our neighborhood a week ago. Veronica Vasquez was killed by a person driving a car turning left from Beauvais to El Camino Real. And Veronica was crossing in the crosswalk, but unfortunately she was not able to get from one side of the street to the other. For all of those in the neighborhood and throughout the city who have crossed at this intersection, we have known for years that this is very dangerous, and we've been talking about this danger to the city. And every time we talk to the city, we hear this is Caltrans, we're working with Caltrans. It's not enough. It is not enough. We need action. Caltrans says, as Kevin Simpson said earlier, they said that it is the city's jurisdiction to improve a lot of the pedestrian safety in this intersection, to change the left turn signal at this intersection. Caltrans says it's the city. The city says it's Caltrans. Which one is it? We want action. We don't want another death. This was a needless death by a person driving a car. It should not have happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker in chambers will be Tasso Zagrafis.
Good evening. Public service is a serious business. Governing a city is not a popularity contest, not a branding exercise, and not a stepping stone for political ambition. Decisions made here affect real people, real neighborhoods, and real lives. San Mateo has been infected by what I call cronyism, performative politics, ladder climbing, and a culture that rewards visibility over competence. We've seen individuals more focused on their next title than on making the hard, sometimes unpopular decisions required to govern responsibly for all residents, especially the silent ones. Using their voting powers, residents have made recent strides to clean house, but the job is not finished. I'm here tonight to call for the removal of Planning Commissioner Seema Patel. In my view, she represents a continuation of a troubling chapter in our city's recent history, one marked by poor judgment, divisive rhetoric, and unqualified leadership enabled by political insiders and extremists. In the past, Seema Patel publicly implied that San Mateo residents who opposed certain policies were motivated by racism. That kind of rhetoric poisons civic discourse and undermines public trust. More recently, following the tragic fatal accident near Safeway in 19th Avenue and El Camino Real, where a woman lost her life, Seema Patel used the tragedy to create a YouTube video to elevate her political ambition. Regardless of intent, exploiting a death for a campaign ad demonstrates profoundly poor judgment and a lack of respect for the community. I urge this council to have the courage and heart in doing the hard job of restoring integrity to City Hall, starting with the removal of Seema Patel. And if this council doesn't act, residents will. Petitions are already being discussed because the community is serious about accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to our virtual environment where our first speaker will be Doug Deanna. Doug, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Doug Deanna, a Glazenwood Historic District resident, and I've reviewed the engagement summary from the Historic Preservation Ordinance, and the math just doesn't add up. 58% of your outreach, 95 people, come from 3 mobile workshops at 2 farmers markets and a supermarket. Nobody has a serious policy discussion at the grocery store. You cannot guarantee that any of these participants are actual stakeholders. As for your 2 focus groups, 9 total. That's not a focus group, that's a minivan. Total participation, 163 people. That's 16 hundredths of 1% of our residents. That's less than a percent. That's not a mandate. It's a rounding error. This is statistically insignificant data, and the city is not getting its money's worth. You need a redo from recon and not on the taxpayer's dime, with real data, with real stakeholders. In closing, I'm asking you also to officially agendize the Glazenwood Historic District so we can get the fair hearing and vote we deserve to ensure our historic district status is maintained without compromise. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Joan. Joan, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Can you hear me? I'm Joanne, if that's...
Joanne, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm Joanne Ames, and I'm also a Glazenwood resident, and I am also asking you tonight to please agendize a formal discussion to grandfather in Glenwood's historic district status before you move forward with the final historic preservation ordinance. I thank you for your support in this. It's an important issue to Glazenwood residents and must not be ignored. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be T. Bram. T. Bram, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Tom Bram. I'm also a Glazenwood resident. I'm adding my voice to the request you've already heard this evening to add us as an agenda item to a council meeting so we can clarify and grandfather in our status as a historic neighborhood prior to approving the updated historic preservation ordinance. We do appreciate all of your time and effort on this and your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Deborah. Deborah, please unmute your mic.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Deborah Athens, and I'm a Glazenwood resident. First, I want to thank everyone on the council for your support last week. And now I respectfully ask that you add in an agenda item for a formal discussion so that we can specifically grandfather in Glazenwood's historic district status before you move forward with the final historic preservation ordinance. As you can hear this, our neighbors are very passionate about this, and we do appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kelly. Kelly Combs, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hello, my name is Kelly Combs. I actually live in a beautiful home in the Glazenwood area. I'm asking the council to agendize a formal discussion to grandfather in Glazenwood Historic District status before finalizing the historic preservation ordinance, please.
Thank you. And our final speaker on general public comment, Brian Sampson.
Hello, my name is Brian Sampson. I'm also a resident of Glazenwood, and I'm also going to ask the honorable council members to add an agenda item to either have a separate resolution grandfathering in Glazenwood as a historic district, or include it in the initial ordinances which are passed, just to recognize it so that we don't have to have our, the status that we are currently obliged to operate under change on us. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment for general public comment.
Thank you. Okay, I will close general public comment and thank everyone who contributed. Although actually, I'm sorry. I will undo that and allow for Councilmember Diaz-Nash to make a comment.
Thank you very much. Through the mayor, I'd love to ask our city attorney about the resident who came up and spoke about small cell and why we can't use new information to support the rehearing of some of these applications.
Sure. So as I mentioned, I think it was last November, I mean, there were different legal proceedings. The 2 appeals were heard by a hearing officer who made certain determinations that the appeals were upheld in those instances, whereas previously the Sustainability Commission was hearing appeals under the procedures that it governed permits from 2021 and before. And just because, again, so there were different proceedings. Just because the hearing officer reached one determination does not mean that the Sustainability Commission was required to reach the same determination. There were different permits, they reached different conclusions, and you can't take the legal conclusion from one proceeding and import it to a different proceeding.
Thank you for that. I guess what I'm wondering is the resident who came to speak tonight talked about new information, not necessarily a different conclusion, and whether that new information can be introduced as a way of revisiting some of the prior appeals.
Well, briefly, I mean, the information related to a different permit and the appeals, even though some of the issues were similar, the appeals were, again, they were different circumstances. So the appeal for prior permits heard by the Sustainability Commission, the commission made a ruling and that was not litigated. So those cases are complete. They're done. And so even though a hearing officer reached a different conclusion, that cannot be used to reopen proceedings on other permits that are closed.
I guess the other question I would have is I believe a couple of those cases that were decided have been appealed and are being litigated.
Two, yes.
Two, right. So how does this information appeal or apply to those?
Well, it doesn't. I mean, that's a different record. And, you know, it's up to the plaintiff speaker and their legal counsel to submit whatever information they wish. This is an active litigation matter, so I'm going to refrain from commenting in detail on that. But it's a different permit proceeding. So it's not really a new information related to the permit that's being litigated. And I think I'll end my comments there since this is, again, not currently on the agenda.
Okay. Maybe we can talk about this later
Sure.
off the dais.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I actually did want to take this opportunity to just ask staff if they wanted to comment on anything else related to other comments we heard tonight.
So comments that we heard about just Caltrans and their statement, that's contrary to the city's understanding. We are following up with Caltrans staff. The council gave direction at the end of last week's meeting to go ahead and engage with Caltrans District 4 Director, but then also reaching out to both our state senator Becker and also Assemblymember Pappen and two of our council members to a meeting here in the next few weeks. And so we've reached out to both of our legislative representatives. We're currently putting together a letter, which will also include setting the record straight on just overall jurisdiction of the area, and then schedule a meeting in earnest so that we can talk about safety improvements that can be made in this, not only at 17th, but throughout the entire corridor on El Camino.
Thank you, City Manager. Okay, at this point, I will now move us on to the next item on our agenda, which is new business, item number 7, Humboldt Bike Lanes Alternative Update. We have a presentation from JU Engineering Manager, who is now approaching the presentation desk.
All right. Good evening, City Council. My name is J.U., the Engineer Manager for Public Works. And tonight, I have the privilege of bringing the Humboldt Bike Lanes Alternative Project to City Council. Tonight, we're going to go through about 6 chapters here. We're going to start with the background of ultimately how we got to this meeting currently. We're going to talk about our phase 2 engagement, the in-depth analysis, as well as the outreach to the community to bring some interesting data to council for their decision. We're going to talk about the final Fremont and Idaho Street alternative and street lighting upgrade. We're going to talk about other considerations, present some potential alternatives, and then talk about next steps. Ultimately, staff is seeking direction from City Council on how to proceed with the Humboldt Bike Lanes alternative project. So first, background. So what you see here at the left is our 2020 bicycle master plan. This was adopted in April 2020. And ultimately, this is a vision. It's a forward-facing document to really plan out the future bicycle infrastructure in the city of San Mateo. And the deliverable of this plan ultimately is a list of 100 plus priority projects that's been listed, and there's a criteria that's in there talking about connectivity, safety and comfort, equity, and ridership. And we plug that in a model, and ultimately a list of projects comes in a priority fashion. And the Humboldt Bike Lanes project is the number 2 high priority. And again, City Council has a current priority to deliver all high, medium, high priority projects in this plan. And this is the number 2, and it is a high classification. Going through the timeline, and there's a lot of milestones here, and I'm going to go ahead and narrate from the left moving all the way to the right. As mentioned, April 2020, we adopted the citywide bicycle master plan. That is the vision, and the Humboldt Bike Lanes project is the number 2 high priority project. Shortly after that, July 2020, is the adoption of the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 AAP, and that stands for the Annual Action Plan. Ultimately, this is a plan that needs to be approved by HUD, the Housing and Urban Development, in order to get CDBG funding. This was important because this is the first year that we included the Humboldt Bike Lanes in there, and ultimately it went to the CRC, the Community Relations Commission, and then ultimately to City Council, and eventually to HUD for approval for the use of the funds on the bike lanes. Shortly after that, in January and then July 2021, we started the design and the outreach component for the original Humboldt Bike Lanes as part of the North Central Bike Lanes project. And then in May 2021, again, because we have to do this annually, the fiscal year 21-22 AAP was again approved by HUD for use of the fundings for the Humboldt Bike Lanes. Shortly after that, November 2021, we started construction of the original Humboldt Bike Lanes. But we started construction except for the bike lane component because there was a decision that needed to be made in February 2022 from City Council that ultimately voted 3-2 in favor of moving forward with the installations of the bike lanes. So after that vote in July 2022, construction was completed of the Humboldt Bike Lanes. So there's a moment here from the completion of the bike lanes in July 2022 all the way to March 2023. The city has consistently heard feedback from the community that there are impacts, particularly to parking as a result of the bike lanes. So in March 2023, we hosted a City Council study session to look at scoping for North Central Complete Streets Plan that was aimed to look at safety as well as circulation improvements that was a result of some of the impacts caused by the bike project. And then in May 2023, we adopted a budget to start the North Central Complete Streets Plan. So the plan started. And in the next couple of years, we have consistently heard from the North Central Complete Streets Plan, as well in other avenues, that there continues to be impact. So June 17th, 2024, City Council directed staff to re-engage with the community and to look for solutions. So then in February 4th, 2024, staff held a large community meeting in the MLK Center with over 120 people that showed up, and it was a great response. We got a lot of good feedback. We consolidated a lot of that feedback into the February 3rd, 2025 City Council meeting to look for direction. And what was the direction? Well, we lumped into history a lot of the slides that we're going to look in, we're going to see tonight. But ultimately, we presented 5 alternatives, starting at the left, going to the right. Alternative 1 is keeping it as is. So keeping the bike lanes as is. We would potentially, alternative 2, look at a Humboldt bike boulevard, which means cohabitating vehicles with bicycles. But then we would look at alternative 3, which is a partial removal of the bike lanes, but also looking at a pilot bike boulevard on parallel streets. So this is either at Fremont and Idaho. And then their alternative 4 is the full bike lane removal without replacing it with any other type of connectivities. And then alternative 5 is street lighting upgrade. Ultimately, City Council directed staff to move forward with alternative 3 as well as alternative 5. And on a visual basis, this is what that looks like. And this is a slide that was presented in February of last year in the City Council meeting. Green represents the area that we would study for a potential bike boulevard. So at the top, you see Idaho, and at the bottom, there is Fremont. So with that, we jumped into phase 2, and this is the engagement and concept design phase. So this phase really incorporated 3 big meetings. Starting in June, there was the first workshop, and this is to get initial feedback from the residents and to really feed that into the second workshop in August, which is the concept design. And then ultimately we would get additional feedback on the proposed concept design. And in the last community workshop, we would refine that with a final concept design as well as gauge support of the alternatives. We then brought all of that to the December 10th SIC meeting, Sustainability Infrastructure Commission. And then here we are tonight, seeking direction from City Council. So let's talk about the outreach. We went all out on this in terms of the entire process. There was over 35,000 plus mailers, 140 plus A-frames, 1,000 flyers. We did door-to-door canvassing, continuous social media promotions of all the events, and we really want to engage with the public. Community partners, we leveraged our Live Experience group for the North Central Complete Streets Plan, and that was really insightful. And in all, over 50,000 plus engagements. Those are likes, those are shares, those are people that attended our virtual or in person, everyone that took our community surveys and multiple workshops. And accommodations, we really rolled out the red carpet. In person, virtual, live interpretation. So if you were looking at the presentation, you could wear a headset and it was available in Spanish and Chinese. We had accessible local venues, so you didn't have to come to us. We came to you at the MLK Center, at Fiesta Gardens. These are local community hubs. We provided childcare, food, refreshments, and English, Spanish, and Chinese was provided in all of the distribution material, whether that are A-frames, mailers, flyers, all of it was out there because we wanted to make sure that we are engaging with the community and they're being heard, and we're able to consolidate all that feedback to City Council to provide direction. So the first meeting, community workshop, had about 60 attendants that showed up. And as mentioned earlier, the goal of this is to receive initial feedback on usage and impacts of the bike lanes. The summary of this, and again, this is the first meeting, was that removal parking has worsened parking supply in North Central. Street lighting improvements are welcome, but we knew that, and we saw that consistency in the North Central Complete Streets Plan. Community surveys showed that vehicle usage on Humboldt is still the predominant mode. Lower vehicle speeds is well supported, and Idaho Street and Fremont Street are narrow. Now, this is the first workshop that discussions of other bicycle facilities were brought up, and Amplet was one that was brought up in this workshop. Now, that wasn't the direction that City Council provided in last February, but staff did look at Amplet in particular, and the vehicle speeds are higher than what is recommended by the industry in regards to having a safe bicycle facility. It's also a truck route and it's predominant commercial use. So there are a lot of driveways that had heavy commercial vehicles that come in and out, and ultimately deemed it just wasn't feasible. Moving to the second community meeting, we had over 45 attendants, and this is really receiving feedback on a concept design. So this is the draft concept design where we integrated all the feedback from the first meeting. And ultimately, it was a really design-focused meeting. So we talked about calming measures, expected performance metric, and what the community preferred. So some of the feedback included, they prefer speed humps over rumble strips. Traffic circles were well received in the community, and you'll see that in some of the proposed alternatives. There is skepticism that remained about whether improvements would actually lower speeds from the existing 25 miles per hour to about 15, 18 per hour model. New stop sign installations were well received, and support for slowing speeds on Fremont and Idaho are welcome. but not at the expense of removing bike lanes on Humboldt. Those are some of the main takeaways. And then the last workshop, this is the one in October, we had over 50 plus attendees, and we took all the feedback from the second workshop and we refined it to a final design alternative. We also had a survey that was provided, as well as the first and second workshop, and we had over 400 plus responses in this. That included in-person, online, plus mailers, and we'll go ahead and talk about that shortly. But the summary of the feedback is driveway visibility concerns for both Fremont and Idaho Street alternatives were presented, and a consistent theme since really the first and second meetings. The final alternatives were consistent with the feedback throughout the workshop, ultimately in lowering speeds and reducing vehicle volumes in those neighborhood streets. Appreciate the speed calming measures for both alternatives, but still view the alternatives as a downgrade from the existing Class 2 on Humboldt Street. Now, the big kicker for this workshop really is this survey that we're looking at here. We wanted to design a survey that is straight to the point and it's not convoluted. Our second workshop survey included multiple pages because it was really design focused. This, we wanted to just know if you support the bike boulevard on Idaho Street from 2nd to Indian. Do you support a bike boulevard on Fremont from 2nd to Indian? Do you support keeping the bike lanes on Humboldt from 2nd to Indian? And then lastly, the most important is how would you rank these alternatives from most preferred to least preferred? Because we ultimately wanted to gauge where the public stand on this. So next, we're going to look at some data. And before we look at the data, I want to be really clear. We split up the information in 3 different formats. All the results resulting from in-person surveys, all the results from the online, and all the results from the prepaid postage mailers that we sent out to over 4,500 North Central residents. And the purpose of doing that is because we did not have a way to QA/QC whether multiple people voted in multiple formats. So we decided to go ahead and present the data in its isolation in how we sent it out to City Council. So first, we're looking at the in-person survey. And to note, we received a total of 40 surveys. So this is the actual workshop on October, the people that showed up online as well as in person at Fiesta Gardens. And if we look at the column all the way to the left, you would see 3 colors. Blue represents the Idaho Street alternative, orange represents the Fremont Street alternative, and then gray represents keeping it on Humboldt. This is how the priority ranking ultimately works. If a survey respondents chose one alternative as their most preferred, you got 3 points. Second, you would get 2, and third, you would get 1, and we would just add up the results. So if we look at all the results, and that includes everyone from North Central, as well as other communities that took the survey in person, 78 points resulted in the keeping it on Humboldt alternative. So that is the predominant choice there. And you would see a theme consistently, even if we look at all demographics for the in-person survey, all of North Central received 65 points. Then even Humboldt residents received 6 points for the keeping it on Humboldt. And again, I just want to stress, this is only for the people that showed up to the in-person survey. And we're going to go ahead and look at the other data when we look at online surveys as well as the mailers. But you'll see a consistent theme here that the preferred alternative here in person is keeping it on Humboldt. Next, we look at our online survey results. So a total of 219 total surveys was received, and it's in the same exact 4-question format. And all the way at the left, when you look at all the respondents, 552 points on a rank choice basis preferred keeping it on Humboldt. And then the number 2 option is on Idaho Street, where 415 points. If you look at that all the way through the demographics, looking at North Central residents, 242 points is the overall for keeping on Humboldt. And even Humboldt residents, when looking at the online survey, has 102 points for that being the most preferred alternative all the way throughout. Now, noted in the AR In order to keep the online survey consistent with our mailer, because our mailer only allowed one household to vote, we went ahead and removed all duplicate IPs as this process to go ahead and be consistent with our other approaches. What we've done for this AR as well as this presentation is we included the 65 duplicate IPs that we removed. And if you look at the results, it is consistent with the one that we removed the duplicate IPs. The biggest difference you'll see is there's a larger delta now between keeping it on Humboldt, so looking at all the results, 662, and then versus the second option on Idaho, which is at 478. So if you include the duplicate IPs, it just furthers the gap from Humboldt being the preferred to the second option. Next, we looked at the mail survey results, and this is the one that we mailed only to North Central residents, and this is prepaid postage that we got back, that we received, about 150 total surveys. And it's a little bit different, but if you look at the overall residents in North Central, you would still see that keeping it on a Humboldt in terms of the alternative is the preferred at 197 points. But the margin is significantly smaller and more thin. You look at Humboldt residents, it is no longer preferred to keep on Humboldt. Fremont is the preferred if you're going by the numbers, but if you look at the numbers, it is 51 for Idaho, 59 for Fremont, and then 58 for keeping on Humboldt. It is almost a 1/3 split. And then you could see how that ultimately plays out for Idaho residents that prefer it on Fremont, and then Fremont residents preferring it on Humboldt. Now, again, this is the prepaid mailer survey results. Next, we were also directed by City Council Alternative 5 last February to explore lighting improvements or upgrades. So we went ahead and did a pilot in the North Central community, and ultimately this is the survey that came back. If we look at the pedestrian scale lighting, 63% of all survey respondents preferred the high lighting fixture in terms of lighting intensity. North Central residents is at 64, and then Coburg had roadway lighting. 46% prefer the high, and then 46% for North Central residents prefer the high. In summary, I think everyone who took the survey wants to see improved lighting in the community. We also received a good amount of feedback from the schools, starting at the San Mateo Foster City School District Board. They sent in an adopted resolution in January 23rd, 2025 that strongly support retention of the existing Class 2 bike lanes on Humboldt Street. But as part of this engagement effort in phase 2, we also engaged with the full school faculty. So we spoke to the principal and assistant principals of San Mateo High, as well as Fiesta Gardens International School. And in summary, they acknowledged the parking loss caused by the Humboldt bike lanes is something that they see day in, day out, in regards to even them finding parking sometimes. Supportive of speed calming measures, specifically on Indian Avenue, because in Fiesta Gardens, that's the predominant roadway that they use for pickup and drop off. So they do support any type of speed calming measures there. And ultimately, they understand safety is very important, and they would support the alternative that promotes safety. So to summarize this community outreach effort, there's a couple of parts to it. So in terms of the surveys, it really shows that the preferred option from most of the formats there is to keep it on Humboldt, and we received over 400 plus respondents for that, broken up into its distribution form. Mail survey response indicates resident living on Humboldt and Idaho Street prefer Fremont Street Bike Boulevard alternative over retaining the Humboldt bike lanes. And then in terms of parking availability, I think this is something that really started this entire effort and is continuous, and we heard it loud and clear, which is parking availability remains a problem in North Central, specifically for residents on Humboldt Street. And the community is supportive for measures to slow speeds and volumes in neighborhood streets, but not at the trade-off of removing parking or existing bicycle infrastructure. And then lastly, street light upgrades to increase lighting is well supported throughout the community. Next, let's go ahead and talk about the alternatives for Idaho Street as well as Fremont. And before we do so, we really presented it to the public that we have three main goals when going into this design and as directed by City Council, right? We're here to reduce speeds in the roadways, to make the streets safer, and no parking removal is part of any of the options. Now, there's a caveat that there are state daylighting laws for AB 413 that we have to comply with, but it is not as of a result of the bike boulevard alternatives that we're going to go into. And we also redid our bicycle trip counts. So if you recall, back in February, we did some counts in the late fall before we presented to City Council. We redid the counts in spring when school was back in session. And I just want to go ahead and produce and show some of the numbers that we have. Now, again, this is done only in 4-hour periods. So in the AM, PM. So AM, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. And then PM is 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And it does not include the cyclists that are biking on the sidewalks. We just wanted to be consistent with the data that we presented last February. And as you can see here, there are riders in the corridor. If you look at Tilton Avenue, there's about 68 trips that we're seeing from bicyclists that are entering the intersection and then traveling throughout. We also looked at some analysis of how much of that traffic is cross traffic, meaning going east-west, and how much of that traffic is going north-south on Humboldt. And if you just average out the corridor, it's about 68% of users that are entering and exiting these intersections are going north-south, and about 32% is cross traffic. Something we didn't present in last February is some data pertaining to Idaho and Fremont Street. I think the big takeaway from this, if we were to summarize the slide, is we heard from the first community workshop that there were a lot of bicyclists on Fremont Street in particular. And you can see from the orange bar representing Fremont Street users in its intersections that there is a good amount of bicyclist usage that is happening on Fremont Street. Next, I want to go ahead and just jump into two alternatives, and we'll have a couple of summary slides of what this ultimately gets us. So here's an animation of a bicyclist that is traveling the new proposed path on Idaho Street. And as a bicyclist travel this route, there is a variety of speed calming measures that will be installing traffic circles, speed humps, high visibility crosswalks, painted curb extensions, center line hardening, as well as stop sign installations. What does this ultimately get us? Well, this alternative, 2 traffic circles, we're looking at 8 stop sign installations, 21 speed humps will be installed as a part of this alternative, and then 24 high visibility crosswalks. But what's most important, if you look at the area in the table that's titled expected performance metric, is there are speeds and volumes that we have to reach, right? So as part of NACDO, as well as AASHTO as well, some industry standards of what makes a safe as well as applicable bicycle boulevard, there is a target speed of 20 miles per hour and volumes of 150 vehicles per hour. The existing speeds on Idaho is anywhere from 23 to 25 miles per hour. The volume is measured at around 130 vehicles per hour. And with these improvements, we're expected in our model to bring the speeds down to about 18 miles per hour from the existing 23 to 25. And the vehicles per hour is anywhere from 31 to 150. Now, again, it varies from block to block. But again, not only did we have a target for industry standard, we proposed the alternative that ultimately exceeded that the one that you're looking at here. And the estimated cost for this is about $1.37 million. And ultimately that includes design as well as construction management, inspection services, and contingency to implement a project of this nature. Next, you'll see something similar in the Fremont Street Bicycle Boulevard alternative. And again, we'll do an animation here. And the bicyclists will travel down on 2nd, go on Fremont, Monte Diablo, and then reconnect to the Humboldt bike lanes. And again, there is a lot of speed calming measures from slow street signage to let users know that there are bicyclists as well as pedestrians in this corridor. There are speed humps, high visibility crosswalks, painted curb extensions, center light hardening, and stop signs. A lot of items that have been well supported by the community in the North Central Complete Streets Plan, as well as this engagement effort. Now, again, summary of improvements. We're talking about 3 intersection curb extensions as part of this alternative, 11 stop sign installations, 10 speed humps, 27 high visibility crosswalks are installed because we saw the tremendous amount of pedestrian activity in this community. And again, just looking at performance metrics, right? The existing speeds for Fremont here is 23, 26 miles per hour, and the volume is 111 all the way up to around 201 vehicles per hour. Now, again, the data is consistent with what the community is telling us, that there are more vehicles and pedestrians in this corridor. So the target is 20 miles per hour, and the vehicles per hour is about 150. And the projected, when we install all of these calming measures, is supposed to be around 15 to 18 miles per hour. And then the volume is anywhere from 50 to 141 vehicles per hour in the peak hour. And the estimated cost for this is $1.32 million. Next, we want to provide this slide. And as part of Alternative 5 in the original direction by City Council, we wanted to go ahead and look at street lighting upgrades ultimately. And we presented a couple of options there in case City Council wants to mix and match lighting improvements in the community. So blue is represented by the Idaho Street Corridor, yellow is by the Humboldt Street Corridor, and then green is the Fremont Street Corridor. Its limits is shown there from 2nd to Indian. Now for the Humboldt Street alternative, for street lighting, that's from Peninsula to 5th, and then Fremont Street, that's 2nd to Indian. It has its respective cost there. Starting at the top, it's $40,500. And then to do all of Humboldt, that's about $94,000. And then for Fremont, that's about $47,500. I promise I will wash this keyboard, recovering from a cold. My apologies. So we want to provide some flexibility with the street lighting upgrades. So other considerations, because this is a tough decision, we want to present other things to City Council to consider. And the first one is a residential parking permit program. While this wasn't part of the original direction back in February, in the first community workshop, we have heard there is some support from the community in regards to this. So to answer the question, yes, a residential parking permit program is feasible in North Central. Now, there are 3 things that we have to consider if we want to implement a program in North Central. One is the permit program boundaries. North Central has over 4,500 residents and households there. So do we want a focused program? Do we want a wider community program? These things needs to be considered. Next is large commercial vehicles. The current policy does not allow for large commercial vehicles to obtain a permit. And as part of our phase 2 engagement, it indicates that there are commercial vehicles in North Central. So if we are to implement a residential parking permit program, we would want to have some data to know what the impacts are, because we do know this community has commercial vehicles parking in the public streets. And then last is community support. The current policy requires about 50% response rate. So if we send out 2,000 surveys, we want to get back 50% of that. So that's about 1,000. And out of that 1,000, we need about 2/3 support. So 67% to support that, to implement a permit area. But again, these are things that we can troubleshoot and find out. But again, I think the question is a residential parking permit program feasible? Yes, but we just have to explore these 3 categories to find out more. Next, one other thing that we have been hearing consistently from the community is, have we explored other off-site lease rentals to increase parking supply? And we have. as part of this effort, even though it wasn't part of the original direction, we did engage 8 different properties as denoted here. And all the properties that are in gray are not interested. All the properties in yellow are the ones that are, and that includes the Army National Guard office as well as the DMV. Now, I want to note, because we have been hearing this from the community as part of this effort, the boundaries that we were told to explore on Humboldt from Indian to 2nd Avenue, it is about 3,200 feet, so a little over 2/3 of a mile. One thing we have heard from the community is not only do they want parking supply, but it really is accessibility, right, from their actual home. So even if the DMV is to entertain and they are willing to discuss, right, they want to look at market rate, we have to get out by 6 a.m. There are lease agreements, non-exclusive, they said, we will have to entertain. That still is pretty far depending on where you live on that street. So I want to put that out there. But we did explore that, and we could talk about that a little bit more a little bit later. And then we have a lot of projects that are occurring in North Central, specifically on Humboldt. As you look at this graphic starting at the blue, as part of this effort, we looked at the Fremont alternative and the Idaho alternative, but we also looked at 2 race crosswalks north of Poplar to slow speeds down. And because slowing speeds is something that we have heard consistently from the community that they want to apply to Humboldt as well as its neighboring streets. In fall of 2025, we completed our protected left turn at Poplar and Humboldt, one of the most incident-prone intersections in the city, identified by the LRSP. So we went ahead and spent about $1 million to wrap up that project to improve safety. And currently, we received another $1 million federally funded project to improve safety as well. That includes 3 of the intersections here at Humboldt, at Indian, Santa Ynez, as well as Tilton. And all 3 of those intersections will get raised crosswalks. Where there currently isn't always stops, we will install always stops in there. We will look at further intersection lighting improvements, curb extensions, as well as signage upgrade with the ultimate goal of improving safety. And our team went ahead and plugged in what these improvements will do to the corridor after it is done. So the existing speeds, again, is anywhere from 24 to 30 miles per hour. After all these improvements are done, we should bring that down to around 22 to 26 miles per hour. And one thing that we have seen consistently, because Humboldt is one of our busier arterials in the city, the existing vehicle volumes there is anywhere from 430 plus vehicles per hour in the peak hour to close to 500. Now, again, even with these calming measures, because the nature of it is an arterial, we expect the vehicle volumes to be relatively the same. And again, one of the questions we've been hearing from the public and after our SIC meeting is Humboldt a feasible alternative for a bike boulevard? And looking at these improvements, it still won't bring the speed slow enough to what NACTO would recommend, AASHTO would recommend to our industry standard to make a comfortable bicycle facility. So, but again, regardless, we have a lot going on in Humboldt to ultimately listen to the community and slowing speeds and making the streets safer. Next, there are 2 questions that we have also consistently heard regarding the original Humboldt bike lane funding. The first one's at the left, and were the original Humboldt bike lanes an approved improvement eligible for CDBG funding? If you recall in the beginning in the timeline, yes, it is. So yes, it is. As part of the annual action plan that was approved in fiscal year 2020, 2021, that went through the CRC, City Council, and ultimately to HUD, they have to approve the annual action plan for public facilities to use CDBG funding. As a result of that being approved for the Humboldt bike lanes, it was eligible cost. And again, in the previous fiscal year after that, again, it was approved by HUD again. And the way this works is HUD ultimately issues a letter in advance to say you can expect X amount of dollars of CDBG funding. Please submit your annual action plan. The city then goes through the cycle, does the short list, goes through the CRC, City Council, and sends it over to HUD. Once they approve it, then they will allocate the funding to our local HUD CDBG account. The second question we have consistently heard here is, what are the implications if we remove bike lanes originally funded with CDBG funds? Well, the short answer is we will have to repay it back. Now, these are the bicycle improvement portions of it. So, for example, on Humboldt, we spent around $455,000 for the entire stretch on bicycle improvements. That's Peninsula to about 5th. But just for the portion that City Council directed staff to explore, Indian to 2nd, that accounts for about $273,000. Now, in a hypothetical scenario, if we were to remove those bike lane improvements, we would then need to replenish our local CDBG account, not at the federal level, but at the local account, and we will have to find funds to put back into that local hub so they can reinvest in the community. The fun part, potential alternatives. So we have 4 that is listed here, and we'll go into great detail of what this ultimately means. But alternative 1, we will keep it as is. Alternative 2 is keeping the bike lanes on Humboldt, but we would install additional calming measures on Humboldt. We would then upgrade street lighting on Humboldt, and then we would explore a permit parking program. Alternative 3 is moving forward with the Idaho Street Bike Boulevard alternative, and then upgrading streetlights at Idaho as well as Humboldt. And then alternative 4 is moving forward with the Fremont Street Bike Boulevard alternative, and then upgrading street lighting on Fremont as well as Humboldt. So here's the table, and I want to be really specific in terms of what each alternative can result in. So alternative 1 means you're keeping the existing facilities, the class 2s on Humboldt. Parking on Humboldt Street will not be restored. Existing facility, as mentioned, will be on Humboldt, and it looks like it's a little redundant. I think I'm just not seeing the bar there. But alternative 1, it's not going to cost any more dollars because we're just leaving it as is. Alternative 2, keeping it as is and having Humboldt Street calming measures, street lighting upgrades, as well as exploring a permit program and all the outreach that entails. It would mean we will still keep the bike lanes on Humboldt. Parking on Humboldt Street will not be restored. Now, street lighting will be upgraded on Humboldt Street from Peninsula all the way down to 5th Avenue. And then other things to note is staff will explore a tailored parking permit program for North Central to address the Humboldt bike lanes impact. And then 2 race crosswalks will be installed. And this is going to cost, our estimate is about $295,000. Next, the 2 proposed alternatives. So alternative 3 is the Idaho Street Bike Boulevard plus the street lighting upgrades. What this ultimately would mean if council directs staff to move forward with this alternative is we would remove the existing class 2 bike facilities on Humboldt. So this is from Indian to 2nd. A new facility will be installed in the forms of a bike boulevard on Idaho Street from 2nd to Indian. Parking on Humboldt Street will be restored, so about 100 parking spaces. This is at Indian to 2nd Avenue. Street lighting will be upgraded on Idaho Street per the limits and on Humboldt for the entire stretch. And then we will need to repay HUD and CDBG funding. So that $1.773 million includes all of that. And then alternative 4 is very similar. Again, you would existing facilities we would remove on Humboldt. We would then relocate a bike boulevard on Fremont. We would then restore parking on Humboldt, about 100 parking spaces. Again, street lighting will be upgraded, Fremont and Humboldt. And then we would need to replenish the local HUD CDBG funding account for whatever that amount is. And again, I just want to present the slide again. If City Council wants to mix and match, potentially put more lighting in the community because it's well supported, I want to provide those figures there. And then we did bring this to the Sustainability and Infrastructure Commission, and then they went ahead and recommended a 5-0 vote for alternative number 2. And the summary of the meeting is we received about 30 public comments from the public, and it varied from support to retaining the bike lanes on Humboldt to prioritize safety. And then there were comments to remove the bike lanes and restore parking without providing an alternative bicycle connection. But ultimately, the commissioners advocated for improved street lighting as well as additional parking relief for the North Central community. So we're here, and just to remind City Council, staff is seeking direction from City Council on how to proceed with the Humboldt Bike Lanes Alternative Project. And next step, depending on the direction from City Council, we would then fold all of this into our internal discussion. We would then come back to City Council, depending on the alternative, and ask for appropriation of funding. And then after we got the appropriation of funding, we will then start implementation of the selected alternative. And I just want to note, whatever direction City Council provides, we're just going to fold this back into the North Central Complete Streets Plan. And our goal is just to consolidate the North Central Complete Streets Plan back into the citywide Complete Streets Plan, so there isn't just multiple plans. We just want to make it easier for the public to access. So with that, my name is Jay the Engineer Manager. Thank you for sitting through this really long presentation.
Thank you, Jay. Okay, at this point, I'd like to open public comment for this item. So if you're in person, if you haven't filled out a slip but you'd like to, City Clerk is the person to see. Mr. City Clerk, please tally your public comments.
Thank you, Mayor Lorraine. We're receiving some additional requests as we speak.
5.
And we will tally the total once those have been submitted. Yes. If you are participating in our virtual environment, please raise your hand now. We will be announcing the name of our final speaker. Thank you, everyone. All right. Mayor Lorraine, we've received a total of 4 organized presentations, so that's 5 minutes per organized presentation. And we also have a total of 53 individual requests to speak, which would set the individual speaking time at 1 minute per speaker. Thank you, everyone. So we will begin with our organized presentations first. Our first organized presentation will be Mary Bevins speaking on behalf of Sunnybrae Neighbors Supporting North Central. Thank you.
Mr. City Clerk, just before we begin, pardon me, I'm hearing from multiple folks that we would like to take a brief recess after the organized presentations, but before our 53 speakers. So we'll make it brief. Okay. Thanks everybody for your patience.
Yes. Good evening, council members, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts regarding the issue of bike lanes and parking on North Humboldt Street. My name is Mary Bevins. I am a homeowner in the Sunnybrae neighborhood, and a year ago I founded Indivisible San Mateo, but I'm here tonight as a founder of Sunnybrae Neighbors Supporting North Central. On July 17th, Indivisible San Mateo was honored to have the 3-term former mayor Claire Mack as our guest speaker at our rally to commemorate Congressman John Lewis on Good Trouble Lives On Day. It was at that time that I met Trina Pearson, began learning about the challenges Sunnybrae's next door neighbor, North Central, faces as a result of the council voting to remove over 200 spaces of parking on North Humboldt. The changes on North Humboldt seem to happen overnight. I remember driving with longtime Sunnybrae resident Petra Smith, and both of us commenting on what a mess they made of North Humboldt Street. As I learned more about North Central and about removing the parking spaces caused significant problems for the resident, but not only for the residents on North Humboldt, but also the residents on Grant and Fremont Streets. I realized how wrong the city was to take away the parking on North Humboldt Street. People who live on North Humboldt can't park their vehicles on North Humboldt, so they're parking them on Grant and Fremont Street, causing even more parking contention and crowding for people who live on those streets. The mayor at the time is quoted as saying, "We made a mistake and did not consider the trade-offs. If we had to do it over again, we would have a different result." And well, we can do it over again. And tonight I learned so much more about the possibilities of doing it over again. And I strongly hope that doing it over again will include restoring the over 200 parking spaces of the residents of North Humboldt Street. I have thought about what the impact would be on me if my street suddenly lost over 200 parking spaces. How much harder it would be for me if my vehicle wasn't nearby. If people in North Central searching for parking several streets away while trying to get to their jobs or their 2 jobs, or single parents walking for blocks with their children, including toddlers, to get to and from their car, schlepping groceries, people with mobility challenges, seniors, and disabled folks. The decision to remove parking spaces from North Humboldt Street has caused a hardship to a community already struggling to survive. A majority of the residents are people of color. Almost 30% are low income. 10% are seniors over 75 years old. 30% are single parent families and people with disabilities. The decision to take a red line community, already the victim of discrimination, as we know what a red line community is, when people could only live in a certain community, and discriminating against them further by making it more difficult to do what they need to survive.
Mary, sorry, pardon 1 moment. Can we please silence the device?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is a simple solution to what is a complex problem. And I learned about the complexity more tonight that I did not know. I was going to quote H.L. Mencken, if any of you know who he was. Americans like a simple and wrong solution to complex problems, but I decided not to do that based on what I heard tonight. Because I can see that you have created, a lot of good information. Most members of the San Mateo community want to see the use of more environmentally friendly transportation, but within the San Mateo community is the North Central community. And the North Central community, the people who live in North Central and have lived in North Central for years and years, such as our former mayor, Claire Mack, are being unfairly burdened with this solution. It was wrong to take away the parking of the residents of North Central on North Humboldt Street, and the right thing, from my point of view, the compassionate thing, the ethical thing, the equitable thing, the just thing, is to right this wrong that was referenced by the previous mayor. And from my point of view as a taxpayer and a homeowner, it's not about money. The needs of the people of North Central are more important than money. North Central is hurting because of a decision to take away over 200 parking spaces, an admittedly wrong decision. San Mateo is a community of people who care about each other, and I hope my tax dollars are spent on restoring parking to the residents of North Central and specifically North Humboldt. If taxes need to be raised to do that, I'm all for it. Please vote yes to restore parking on North Humboldt Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now move to our next organized presentation, which will be Mike Swire speaking on behalf of Move San Mateo.
And Max.
Got the slide deck?
Yes, we're pulling that up now.
Cool, thanks.
We have 5 minutes.
Correct.
So my name is Max Mautner, and I'm joined with Mike Swire. We're both San Mateo residents and co-leads of a group named Move San Mateo. Our goal as a group is to push for prioritizing safety in street design. So we'll be speaking to some of the demand for this bike lane. Next slide, please. As folks know, North Central is burdened with some of the least safe roadways in our city. This predates the bike lanes. On the Humboldt Street itself is on the county's youth-based high injury network, the most dangerous corridors in the county of 1 million residents. Humboldt itself has 3 of the 4 most dangerous intersections in the city. Mr. Yu referenced some of the improvements that the city's making on those intersections, and we're really grateful for them. There was a severe traffic incident with a bicyclist on Humboldt at Tilton with a 68-year-old rider being put into a coma by a driver. Tilton being part of the segment that we're discussing here today with the alternatives. And when asked about safety data before, after the bike lane installation, our city manager, Mr. Kajikian, pointed out that our data demonstrates that safety metrics are improving since the bike lanes went in. Yeah. So just want to emphasize what the next few years hold for our community. People, when they think about this corridor, might not have children, but Humboldt is the access point to 4 of our community schools with over 10,000 students across elementary, middle school, high school, and San Mateo Adult School. Mr. Yu mentioned how Humboldt is the #2 priority project on our bike master plan. It serves as a critical corridor for connectivity. As far as equity goes, as an equity priority community, not owning a car is 15% of the MTC definition of equity priority community, and that's part of why North Central qualified for this grant money.
Great, thank you. Mike Swire, speaking on my behalf. I've been hit twice by a car and lost a family member to traffic violence. So next slide, please. First of all, we've already talked about the options presented. We appreciate them, but they're unpopular and not safe. 70% of North Central residents reject the proposals, and 85% of those in districts 1, 3, 4, and 5 oppose them. This would worsen safety and connectivity. It would force kids to ride in the same lanes as 30,000-pound garbage trucks. We'd have visibility problems, which might have resulted in the death of Aiden Fang on the sidewalk in Burlingame. These streets are jammed with school traffic. Actually, Fremont is, not Idaho. And PD has told me that very few kids will take this circuitous route. Next slide, please. Surveys show that the bike lanes are popular. 73% of North Central residents, 74% of Humboldt residents, and 85% of people in districts 1, 3, 4, and 5 support the bike lanes. We have almost 800 signatures, a high percentage of which are in North Central and adjacent communities show people support the bike lanes. Ridership is high and increasing, and as we said, the Sustainability Committee voted unanimously in favor of option 2, which we support. Go ahead. And finally, we can't afford this. The city is suck and win right now. We're $14 million deficit for the next year, a couple million deficits ongoing, and a $300 million capital budget backlog. And what are we doing now? We're considering raising taxes. We need to know that you guys are going to spend our money wisely if we're going to approve new taxes. We talked about the costs. We have not talked about the reputation damage that will impair potentially future grants, litigation costs if somebody dies, CEQA suits, as well as a potential reduction in home prices. Go ahead.
Next slide. So in short, we're asking you to please not remove the bike lanes. The parking challenges are intransigent, and adding back these spaces won't relieve parking contention. We recognize the folks who have these difficulties that have been created for them by parking removal. I myself live off Poplar and have been part of the 200 parking space removals impacting neighborhood, and my household has gone down a car as a result, saving $10,000 a year between all costs in. In the scope of things, I want folks to think about forward thinking as Fiesta Gardens builds out a middle school. These are decisions in the hands of city as far as safety of access to schools. This isn't something that can be solved by writing a letter to the school district about educating their students better about walking or biking more safely to schools. So please don't remove them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next organized presentation will be Michael Reagan speaking on behalf of Beresford Hillsdale Neighborhood Association.
Thanks for hearing us tonight. Residents are tired, and that's what special interests count on, and their ability to barrage our representatives with their agenda, negative messaging, monopolizing of media, social media, misstating facts, using non-resident voices in AI emails. We are not anti-bike lane. We serve together on the Beresford Hillsdale board and are also involved with San Mateo United, whose underlying goal is for neighbors to stand together to solve issues. In that vein, we joined numerous other neighborhood representatives to meet directly with city staff to iron out 19th Avenue Delaware bike lane concerns, because, Adam, we hope to never have another Humboldt debacle. Some may call us a special interest group, but city-initiated groups like San Mateo United were meant for neighborhood representatives to bring the voices of their communities to the council. We therefore ask that we do not have to exhaust our residents in constant death grip battles for your representation. It's common sense to fix what's broken. Leaders are supposed to seek to do better when something is failing to do as it's purported to do. Yet there are those who throw flames at any thought to do better here. Those same opportunists use recent road tragedies to push to keep bike lanes that regular resident bikers deem unsafe. The Humboldt lanes are broken in so many ways. Massive parking removal for our most vulnerable, suboptimal lane types for that street, the abject failure of use, regardless of staged photos and media blitzes. Residents need to know they are placed ahead of the noise of outside special interests. I hope your vote tonight shows that. Affirm our representation. Restore Humboldt parking.
Thank you. Michael Reagan, President, Beresford Hillsdale Neighborhood Association. Democracy, it's a word we've been throwing around tonight. One of the definitions of democracy is the practice or principles of social equity. But in this case, the residents of North Central, and especially those living on Humboldt Street, who have been most affected by the removal of 200 parking spaces, are asking for their parking back, and we are supporting their request. Yet there is pressure put on by outside interest groups that want to influence City Council to reject North Central residents' request. Back in 2022, Ms. Trina Pierce presented to the City Council a signed petition of 748 residents objecting to the removal of street parking on Humboldt, which is a congested truck route. But their voices were ignored and the bike lanes were installed. Please restore the parking to all residential homes on Humboldt. Find an alternative safe bike route through North Central neighborhood.
Hi, thank you, everybody. It's been a long night. My name is Tom Leese. I'm a member of the San Mateo. I'm on the board of VHNA. Let's just go to the facts. The San Mateo San Mateo General Plan 2040, adopted in March 2024, explicitly identifies North Central and North Shoreview as equity priority communities to comply with SB 1000. The plan addresses these neighborhoods through a dedicated strategy focused on health, infrastructure, mobility. This targeted infrastructure investment. The city directs capital investments such as repairing deteriorating streets, improving sidewalk safety, and installing ADA compliant curb ramps, specifically towards these neighborhoods to address historic disparities. Equity Priority Communities Plan A, specific implementation action, requires a city to prepare a plan for these areas that addresses community-specific needs for health, safety, and circulations. Transportation and parking policies. This is number 2. While the plan promotes a complete streets, this is a very important one. While the plan promotes a complete streets approach to expand walking and biking networks, it includes a specific mandate to ensure adequate on-street parking remains available within equity priority communities. That's important. It was heartbreaking last week when I talked to the residents outside, how they don't have visitors
Thank you,
anymore.
Tom.
Oh, thank you. It's so nice to see everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Our next and final organized presentation will be from Tasso Zagrafis, speaking on behalf of Humboldt and North Central residents.
Yeah, the slide. Sorry. The Community Development Block Grant. Is it up? Sorry, 1 minute, if you don't mind. Thank you. The Community Development Block Grant was misused by the city. It was not intended to install a dedicated bike lane. That's how we got here. So we're asking the city to do the right thing, to correct the injustice and restore the parking to residents now. Next. Wouldn't it be great? All this room on a shared bike lane. Imagine how many bikers you could have riding down that bike when the bike demand increases. And when the speeds are lowered, per Jay's comments, that we can lower the speed on Humboldt, everyone can share the road together. This is the smart decision. Restore the parking for residents. Next slide. I think you've heard 10,000 bike trips per day. We all know that's false. We don't know why people were saying it, but it's false. Next slide. Now you're hearing 10,000 students in 3 nearby schools. That's also false. And it speaks to the credibility of the people who use it. Next slide. The city did count data. And yes, they did cross data counts with IDEX. Next slide. And they did some counts as they went along Humboldt, but then when they turned back down another street, that counted as another cross. Next slide. And this also equates to 2 counts along those streets, east-west, and these are leg run counts. Next slide. We used security cameras, your basic home security cameras. Next slide. And we ran them through our algorithm as we did last year, starting last year. We can count bikes on and vehicles in the lane in the northbound. Next slide. And the southbound side. Next slide. And we applied these cameras now not just in one location, but across all of Humboldt. Next slide. Why is that important? Because we did end-to-end trips. We didn't count crossing through intersections and did they make a right turn or a left turn. We crossed all the way end-to-end on Humboldt. Next slide. So what we counted is bikes in the bike lanes. Next slide. We counted bikes in the sidewalk. Next slide. And we counted bikes who didn't use the bike lane nor the sidewalk, but they wanted the free ride through the lanes. Next slide. What we found for the bike lanes only, those bikes that were identified in the bike lanes, starting in winter, it was 3 to 4 bike trips. And then as daylight increased and we went into spring, it went from 4 to 5. And then during the summer, it went to 6 to 7 average bike trips. And then in the fall, as it was starting to get darker and colder, it went back down to 5 and 4. This has been the annual trend in usage of the bike lanes for the entire year. Next slide. This shows data on 2 highlighted things. One is the comparison of vehicles and trucks with bikes, and the other one is the actual counts of vehicles and bikes in the lanes along that traffic route. Next slide. I've expanded the proportion of bikes compared to just cars and trucks, not including buses that we counted and motorcycles. Very little. Next slide. But compare that to the traffic that's being used on Humboldt Street. If you turn this into a one-way street, you're negatively impacting the surrounding streets. I just want to make that point clear. If you try to turn this into a one-way street, you're negatively impacting the economic growth and engine and the vitality of the neighboring streets. Next slide. As far as the surveys, I have to dispute the in-person survey. Sure, a lot of people said, let's keep the Humboldt Street bike lanes, but how can you have 0 opposed to it, really, on Humboldt Street? Nobody opposed the bike lanes. We hear a lot of opposition. Next slide. This is the city's own data. They admitted that there were duplicate IDs, meaning people were trying to manipulate the data, and we sent the IPs to experts, and they also found 25% other suspicious IPs, and only 10 residents on the online survey said they opposed the bike lanes. We don't believe that either. Next slide. The city's data from the mail survey, which went to the specific residents' homes, and they had to respond to them, 150 responses. Look at their responses. 68, 66, 67, 59 opposed, don't want the bike lanes on Humboldt Street. Directly refutes what you claimed just previously. Next slide. We want you to do the right thing. Restore the parking to residents.
Thank you, Tasso.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes the organized presentation portion of public comment. I understand Council wishes to take a 5-minute recess at this time.
Yes, thank you. Let us do that and return in 5 minutes. Thank you, everybody. We'll be starting again in about 1 minute. Please take your seats. Thank you very much.
You guys got to get it over. Happy hours is starting.
Thank you, everyone. Please take your seats. We'll begin shortly. Thank you, folks. Please take your seats.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. Now I believe we can begin to take public comment beyond the presentations. And City Clerk, please proceed.
Certainly. When I call your name, if you could please line up to my right, that'll make sure we are able to get through everyone's comments expeditiously. Just a brief note regarding our rules of decorum. We do not provide for cheering, jeering, booing, clapping. It tends to put a chill on public comments, so that we ask that you all respect our rules of decorum. Our motto in San Mateo is give respect, get respect. With that said, our next three speakers will be Kevin Simpson, followed by Colin Madeir and Remy Madeir.
Hi. Thank you, Council. Honorable Mayor, you know where I stand on the bike routes. It's unsafe for cyclists on those two narrow streets. It's inequitable for residents who don't have cars, and there are a lot of them, and it's fiscally irresponsible. But I want you to consider what we just did for a year. We spent a year going over old ground to try and work out a way to make it work on Fremont or Idaho. And it's just not going to happen. They're not going to be safe. Imagine if we'd spent that year and the hundreds of thousands of dollars that I think we probably spent on this effort looking for real solutions long-term broadly in our neighborhood over the parking problem. Imagine if we took the $1.7 million and worked on fixing up the King Center. Imagine if we spent that much time trying to reduce speeds on Humboldt, where 2 residents were hit by cars only in the last few months within blocks of my house. Just imagine if we had actually focused on the real problem and continued to stay the course for safety.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Colin Madeir, followed by Remy Madeir and Mayuri Patel.
Evening, Council. As a San Mateo resident that lives 1 block from the Humboldt bike lanes, I drive a passenger car, a large van, and a motorcycle. I also walk to and from downtown, as well as use a bicycle for regular transportation, not recreation. This biking includes getting to jobs, going to local parks and events, going to friends' houses, and transporting my kids to and from school, gymnastics, and music lessons. This reduces traffic and parking needs in the city. I am not a member of any organization that lobbies or advocates for bike lanes or any other city-related issues. I am simply a resident that uses bike lanes on our roads in general and believes in safe streets for all modes of transportation. I do attend safety-related events regardless of the type. It is clear that our safety infrastructure is insufficient, as we witnessed by recent tragedies in and near our city. Therefore, I do not approve of using tax dollars to remove safety improvements.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Remy Madeir, followed by Mayuri Patel and Seema Patel.
My name is Remy. I live 1 house down from Humboldt. I think the Humboldt Street bike lane should stay because I've used the Humboldt Street bike lanes to bike to the bay, and I've seen many houses with signs that say to remove the Humboldt Street bike lanes, but their driveways are empty. And then on the way back, I look at the same houses and the driveways are still empty. Then I come back the next day to bike to the bay, and the same houses are still empty. And it doesn't make any sense that they want to remove the bike lanes to get parking when their driveways are completely empty.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mayuri Patel, followed by Seema Patel and Giolanu Carlini.
Hi, my name is Mayuri. I live close to Humboldt and I've ridden my bike on that bike lane many times. I think that it should stay. I honestly think it's ridiculous that you want to get rid of the bike lanes. I'm not trying to be mean, but I think it's a bad idea. Here are my reasons. 1. Humboldt was one of the most dangerous streets for bikes before the bike lanes were put there. 2. Biking is good for you and good for the environment. And 3. It costs a lot of money to put them there, and that was only almost 4 years ago, and it's going to cost a lot of money to take them away too. I hope you decide to keep them. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Seema Patel, followed by Giolanu Carlini and Jaden Wu.
Good evening, Council. I've commented on this topic before, and my previous comments have focused on the safety aspect of this issue and the sustainable growth aspect of this issue. And tonight I want to comment about the fiscal responsibility. As you know, we're facing a deficit in the city of $10 to $15 million, and there's a discussion currently happening about whether we should have a ballot measure this fall to raise the sales tax to close that funding gap. And I think that at this point, spending money to undo safety infrastructure after we spent money to put it in 4 years ago is going to make the messaging on that ballot measure really difficult. And so I would urge you to consider how this decision might impact our ability to raise the funds to close that gap, and to think about what is the highest best use of this funds. As Mr. Simpson said, this money could be spent fixing up the King Center, it could be spent on additional safety improvements, and I would urge you to consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Giuliano Carlini, followed by Jaden Wu and Michael Crocker.
Well, I'm speaking only for myself tonight. I don't hate cars. I drive 2 of them. I'm a fat old white dude who's going to get knee surgery to replace my knee shortly. Everyone can cycle and needs to be able to cycle. I ride on Humboldt to get to one of my favorite coffee shops. Others ride it to get to work, Caltrain or downtown. More importantly, Humboldt is a core part of the Safe Route to Schools network. All of us deserve to be safe. Every road user, every transit mode. Even when we get just a bit of cycling infrastructure, some then try and take it away. They just can't stand it. They want to push us off Humboldt onto an inferior and dangerous alternative. Why would the city spend $1.7 million to move the bike infrastructure and put at risk future projects if funders see us wasting those dollars they allocate? Please stop the foolishness. We need to select alternative 2 tonight. No more delays.
Thank you.
Maybe then we can start on making things even better.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jaden, followed by Michael Crocker and Dylan Twaney. Jaden, are you with us?
Sorry, I didn't know you said that. Thank you, council members and staff. I'm Jaden Wan, a former San Mateo resident, and I'm 18 in the prime of my life. At this long meeting to advocate for the bare minimum. I hope that the city will not abandon its allegiance to sustainability and align with the Trumpist agenda of ignorance to data and short-term hedonism over long-term well-being. I think that y'all should think beyond your term limits, right? Not just these years that you're gonna be serving on council, but also the years that residents will continue to inhabit San Mateo long after all of us are dead. And somewhere I read that injustice anywhere threatens injustice everywhere. Right now, I see injustice. Removing the bike lanes further disadvantages already disadvantaged communities to adopt and force onto them a car-centric lifestyle that harms their connectivity and poisons their air. Do not let racist and ageist decision making pollute this city, spending millions of bucks to put diesel in our mouth and get kids and abuelas killed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Michael Crocker, followed by Dylan Twaney and Vijan Joshi.
Hi, my name is Michael. I live in Foster City and frequently drive and bike in San Mateo. I'm begging you not to prioritize parking convenience over my life. I know finding parking can be frustrating, and walking to a distant spot can genuinely add stress, but I promise you it does not compare to sitting at home hoping my wife is just taking a little longer than usual to get home, or that my friend forgot to text me when they got home. And if my well-being and that of my loved ones seems a small price to pay for immediate gains, please consider the larger picture. This is about community. Tearing out bike lanes destroys communities. I biked here and had pleasant interactions with dozens of my known and unknown neighbors. Having to drive isolates us and pits us against each other. This is about the environment. 10 years ago, before the present national manufactured crisis, we were working to make a better planet for our children by trusting the science. My wife and I are both PhD scientists, published in environmental topics, and I guarantee that there is no livable future if we do not make non-driving options desirable for more people. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Dylan Twaney, followed by Vijan Joshi and Mariana Debreu.
Hello, council members. Good evening. I've lived in the North Central neighborhood for 30 years. Two things are consistent in my time there. Parking is a pain. It has always been a pain since long before the bike lanes were there. And the city has consistently neglected and ignored North Central's needs. The infrastructure is subpar, the streets need work, the sidewalks need work. Other parts of North Central are consistently ignored. The bike lanes are not the source of the parking problem. I live on a North Claremont Street where there are no bike lanes, and I haven't been able to park in front of my house for years. There is a problem, and City Council needs to solve it. But taking out bike lanes, which we just got, is not the way to do it. Please don't take away the one good thing that the city has done for North Central in the last few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Vijan Joshi, followed by Mariana Debreu and Jacob Chamon.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and members of the City Council. My name is Vijan Joshi and I live here in San Mateo. I'm an avid cyclist, fortunate enough to be able to make my regular commutes to work on my bicycle. One of our favorite activities my wife and I enjoy doing with our son on the weekends is getting on our bicycles from our home and using the Humboldt bike lanes to get to a playground and a restaurant downtown for lunch. I'm here today to urge the City Council to preserve the bicycle lanes on Humboldt. Bicycle lanes are critical infrastructure needed to ensure our streets are safe for cyclists of all ages. The Humboldt bike lanes are particularly critical to preserve given the proximity of the route to several San Mateo schools. Beyond making our streets safer, bicycle lanes are a necessary component supporting alternative transportation means that help reduce dependencies on automobiles. Make no mistake, our neighborhoods deserve a solution to the current problem posed by the limited amount of parking spots, but we need a compromise solution that respects all the members of our community. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mariana, followed by Jacob and Jay Patel.
Good evening. My name is Mariana Debreu. I'm a parent resident of North Central for several years now. I am Latina. I am low moderate income. I am minority, and I urge you to vote to keep the bike lane on Humboldt. Myself, my husband, my kids, my 77-year-old father-in-law use the bike lane regularly for various activities, including getting to school, to work, and for fun. We could and we will use it even more when the city's biking network becomes more connected and safer. I want to be able to give my kids the opportunity and freedom to enjoy and explore their hometown on their own, biking to the park, to the school, to their friends, and I cannot understand for the life of me how could parking convenience beat their safety. As just reinforced by the survey results presented tonight, most of us do champion healthier and more connected communities, cleaner air, less traffic, and for that we need to build more, better, safer biking and walking networks. Finally, does the city budget have a surplus we're not aware of? Then how can we justify $2 million to undo something? Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jacob, followed by Jay Patel and Tim Donnelly.
Hi, my name's Jacob. I'm a resident of North Central. I live on Cypress, and I use the Humboldt bike lane to pick up my toddler from preschool. The proposal is to remove the bike lane, increase the chance of me or my 2-year-old getting maimed or killed. The city's hands-off approach to street parking in North Central effectively gives that public space to whoever can park the most vehicles first, including commercial businesses. On Cypress, I experience cognitive dissonance every day seeing a contractor park 3 branded trucks in the neighborhood while other residents can't park 1 car. This status quo defies our community values of fairness and equity. In contrast, a residential parking permit program provides the flexibility to ensure that street parking is available to those who have the greatest need, including those neighbors who live on Humboldt and those neighbors who require a vehicle for their job or don't have off-street parking. I urge you to pursue the unanimous recommendation of the Sustainability Commission and vote for Alternative 2 to explore a residential parking permit program.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker will be Jay, followed by Tim and Anna Salati.
Thank you, Council. I live right on Humboldt Street, which I use regularly for walking, biking, and driving. I'm not a member of any group. This is one of the densest suburban neighborhoods in the Bay Area with consistently high vehicular traffic, and we urgently need viable alternatives to car dependency. It's faster to bike than drive on Humboldt during peak hours. Before the bike lanes were installed, I relied heavily on my car every day for errands that were more than a 15-minute walk away. The bike lanes have been personally transformational, making it practical and safe for me to bike instead of drive. I understand that parking has long been an issue in this neighborhood. However, expanding parking is not a scalable solution and only leads to induced demand. As more housing gets built here, no amount of parking will be sufficient. I urge the city to prioritize investments in Humboldt street safety and parking permits rather than allocating limited resources toward removing the bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tim, followed by Anna and Pam Riddlemeyer.
Hi. If you get on the wrong train, you get off at the next station. I believe in the common good, and this is a case where 200 people are displaced for maybe 20 bicyclists. If it was the other way around, I'd be here supporting the bicyclists. I live on Humboldt. I bike several times a week to downtown. I don't take the Humboldt bike lane because it sucks. It's dangerous, and it doesn't take me downtown. I would like to see the bike boulevards, but I think you poisoned the well when you called it bike boulevards because the neighbors are so against anything with the word bicycle that they voted against it or ignored it completely. As far as the parking permits, those are for places where outsiders come and park, and you want to keep them out. That's not the case here. You've just removed the parking, so everybody's screwed. I'll say thank you and do the right thing here. Give people back their parking.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Anna, followed by Pam Riddlemeyer and Rishika Mukherjee.
Good evening. My name is Anna. I live on Humboldt and Tilton. Like many of my neighbors, I struggle to find street parking, but for the past 3 years, I've also been biking on Humboldt from Tilton all the way to 9th Avenue every day, taking my young daughter to and from school and running errands. In North Central, our streets are narrow and dangerous. Drivers go fast, running stop signs and passing cyclists too closely when bikes are expected to share the lane, like on a bike boulevard. Protected bike lanes like Humboldt don't just make my daily commute safer, they make it possible. If this lane is removed, it would simply be too dangerous for me to continue riding with my daughter. Apart from safety, removing the bike lane will not fix years of parking scarcity, overcrowding, and governance negligence. Our neighborhood needs long-term, creative, and safe solutions, not the removal of the little progress that has been made. Please do not remove the Humboldt bike lane.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Pam, followed by Rishika and Natalie Dias.
Hello again, Pam Riddlemeyer. I'll be brief this time. I live in San Mateo. I do not live in North Central, but I do bike through North Central sometimes. I also drive through North Central sometimes. And when I do bike, I appreciate that the bike lanes are there. I feel safe. When I drive, I see that there are bikers using the bike lanes. When I had a small child, not in North Central, but in the across the bay there, in the East Bay, I used to bike with my daughter to school, and I really treasured those times when I biked with her to school, and we developed a really good relationship because of the time we spent together on a bike. So I would like for those parents biking with their kids to remain safe in the bike lanes, and for other people who don't have kids but are just using the bike lanes because they have no choice or because they want to, I would like for them to be safe. So please, Alternative 2, keep the bike lanes, and thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Rishika, followed by Natalie Dias and Maggie Bobbin.
Hello, council members. Thanks for your time. I would first like to say that I'm a student at San Mateo High School, where I'm co-president of Green Team, and where I'm reluctant to say I drive to. I bike to middle and elementary school using shared bike lanes, and more often than not, I saw reckless rush drivers almost fatally injure students, including myself, as I've actually been hit by a car. So when it came to biking across busier roads to get to high school, my parents were not as optimistic, and now I drive. I know many share a similar story. So I'm here to say that these bike lanes offer so much more than just separating bikes from cars. They encourage active lifestyles, reduce traffic congestion, noise pollution, and promote clean air, as well as make it safer. Benefits that a few extra parking spaces don't outweigh. And I think it's time we change what we prioritize and begin fostering a culture of sustainability and independence. I would like to remind the council that while these issues may seem unnecessarily tedious for their term, the decisions you make on this board directly affect future generations. Please consider this and who your choices affect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Natalie, followed by Maggie and Krista Waldrop.
Hello, council members. My name is Natalie Diaz, and I'm a junior at San Mateo High School. I am very disappointed that this council is considering the removal of the Humboldt Street bike lane. Every morning and afternoon, students at my school use the lane to get to campus. They use the lane because it is accessible and because it is safe. A week ago, a pedestrian died while crossing South El Camino Real, another road that leads to my school. This is because cars around my school drive fast and recklessly. Without the protection of the Humboldt bike lane, we are bound to see more tragedies. I travel down Humboldt Street every day, and most of the houses there have 2-car driveways, so I don't really see the parking concerns. San Mateo prides itself on being one of the most progressive and sustainable cities, and I'm all for that. But removing the bike lane erodes our commitment to sustainability. So many youth have shown up today because the removal of the bike lanes affects us directly. We want to see sustainability commitments being upheld, and above all, we want a safe means of transport. I implore the council to keep the bike lanes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next three speakers will be Maggie, followed by Krista and Snail Tawari.
Good evening. My name is Maggie Bobbin. I've been here for several of the meetings, and I'm a North Central resident living on Poplar Ave. Since the new bike lanes were installed, my daily life has improved. As a bike commuter, I feel safer, and as a driver, the lanes provide a vital buffer that makes backing out of my driveway much easier. Because these lanes made cycling so viable, my partner and I were able to actually sell our second car, directly reducing the parking pressure in our neighborhood. Additionally, I voted for Nicole Fernandez in 2024. Because of the platform she shared on her own website, which stated, "We need to boost resources for traffic enforcement, bike lanes, crosswalk lighting, and road signage." I'm deeply disappointed that despite this promise, Representative Fernandez has not attended a single meeting to discuss the safety alternatives for our neighborhood. Without the bike lanes, we're facing a crisis with multiple bicycle injuries and pedestrian fatalities occurring where there's no infrastructure. Ripping out these lanes would contradict the very platform the North Central neighborhood voted by electing Nicole. I urge the City Council to stick to your commitments and move forward with option 2.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Krista, followed by Mr. Tawari and Trina Pierce.
Thank you. My name is Krista Waldrop. I'm a resident of Foster City, but I often cycle and drive in San Mateo. For me, this is an issue of safety over convenience. Bike lanes are what keep us safe. I can tell you how many times I have almost been struck by a car while I am biking on one of the bike boulevards. Parallel parked cars, another car comes out of a driveway, does not see me, does not think to look for me or other cyclists on the road. So many times, and I know this isn't just me, I know this is many of the people in this room who have shared experiences. So I am imploring you to keep the Humboldt bike lanes, to continue to look into methods to slow traffic. Thank you for your presentation on that, about the different ways we can do that. And I hope, that you just continue to prioritize safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Mr. Tawari, followed by Trina Pierce and Jason Gates.
Yeah, hi council members. I'm Snehil. I'm wearing this helmet because my kids couldn't be here, but they sent this as a representation of them. 2 young kids, they would like to go to school biking. Currently, we drop them off. I use that bike lane every day. In the presentation, one thing wasn't mentioned, that actually 2 schools across the bay, which is North Shoreview, Parkside, all the parents who have young kids who live on this side of the highway, they have to use these lanes to drop their kids off. And then hopefully when the kid grows up, they can take their own bike rides. So we would like to be part of a neighborhood where everyone can bike around, run around safely. And also, the biggest benefit of doing all that is you get to know your neighbors. When you bike around, it's a different feeling. You care for that neighborhood. When you just drive through something, it's not the same connection. So I really encourage you guys to keep the bike lanes, and if anything, choose option 2 and make it even more safer for all of us. And as far as parking, I don't own the parking in front of my house.
Thank you.
Everybody's welcome to park.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Trina Pierce, followed by Jason Gates and Warren Long.
Good evening. I'm Trina Pierce. I live in North Central. Everyone is talking about sending money back or giving money back, but no one talks about that the CBDG funds were used in misappropriate. They didn't say anything about install a bike lane. It said it was there to help the seniors, to improve Martin Luther King Center, and to maintain bike lanes, and also to put in lights. Well, now everybody wants to put in lights. The money was given for those lights, and not one was put in. It was given for lights and the street lighting. So those funds have already been misappropriated, but everybody's saying that, North Central wants to spend this money. No, we just want what was given to us to be given to us. And just because, we don't have the money to go out there and fight stuff like some people do, it's just wrong that you guys are okay with the funds being misappropriated. And yes, there's a way that you can do a shared bike lane and we can have what we need. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jason Gates, followed by Warren Long and Kylan Wu.
Hello, I'm Jason Gates. I live on Poplar. Cars have been around for a long time, and we can tell from all the cars we accumulate. The suburbs were designed for them, and now we're slaves for them. So no wonder it's difficult to remove them. But a lot of changes are coming to San Mateo, and we need to be ready for those changes. I wouldn't be surprised if in San Mateo, after the inevitable paradigm shift that other cities have gone through, ends up putting in all the options for the bike lanes we just saw at some point in the future. Parking issues have been around before bike lanes, and they're only going to get worse. Bike infrastructure is just one of the piece of the puzzles to finish the equation for a better San Mateo. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Warren Long, followed by Kylan Wu and Allison McQueen.
Thank you. My name is Warren Long. I've been a resident and owner of San Mateo for 40 years. I've learned a lot tonight, especially from the report on sustainability and infrastructure and their proposal for alternative 2. I'm also very sympathetic to North Central. My wife and I and family have been very active in supporting their other needs besides parking, such as food, shelter, and economic issues. I urge you to vote for alternative 2 for several reasons. One is safety. Secondly, fiscal responsibility. And thirdly, it really sends a statement about what your vision of the future is for a sustainable, healthy, environmental community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Kylan Wu, followed by Allison McQueen and Yili Young.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kylan Wu, District 5 resident for over 10 years. I'm a father of 2, and I bike daily to preschool, and it's a very special bonding time for us. So the Humboldt bike lane matters deeply to me. I'll keep it short. 1, safety first. Respectively, street parking is important, but not as important as saving lives. 2, San Mateo is full of cars. We've just talked about how expensive car infra is. More lanes and parking only attract more cars, and we've tried that already. The only way to improve our quality of life is allowing people to live their lives but drive less. Respectively, I hope we could keep the bike lanes with option 2 and turn the page. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Allison, followed by Yili Young and Hannah Young.
I bike Humboldt every day to get to work, see friends, and support our downtowns. Tonight, you're not voting on paint. You're deciding what has to be true in San Mateo. The kids biking and scooting to Fiesta Gardens, the first neighborhood school in North Central in over 20 years, along with San Mateo High and the adult school, deserve to get to school safety. 17 PTAs agree. that human lives matter more than curbside car storage, that transportation and housing will look different 5 years from now in San Mateo, and we must build for that future. These lanes are working, over 10,000 trips a month, even with zero city promotion, while there have been 15 announcements about possible removal. They create a continuous 1.6-mile safe route to schools, downtowns, and transit. Removing the middle turns safety into a gap. Vision Zero is not a slogan, it's a strategy. Parking solutions exist, and with $350 million in unfunded maintenance needs, this is not where scarce dollars belong.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Yili Young, followed by Hannah Young and Anna Lieb.
Dear City Council members, my name is Yili. I live in North Central, and I'm a minority, and I'm a biker. And I bike on Humboldt bike lane for my work. And before that, I used to bike on Fremont, and I got hit, almost hit many times when cars driving by very fast, trying to go to the elementary school to drop off kids on time. And also the potholes on Fremont is terrible, and same for Idaho, and they are unsafe for bikers. And their streets are very narrow. It's just not safe. And ever since the Humboldt bike lane was put in, I felt so much safer biking on my bikes. And that kept my life safe to raise my children, provide for my family. So please keep choose alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Hannah Young, followed by Anna Lieb and Sophia Diaz.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Hannah Young, and I'm a student at San Mateo High School. As a resident in North Central, I'm here today because I bike along this road almost every day, and I've seen firsthand how dangerous biking can be. With the establishment of these bike lanes, I've also firsthand seen an increase of students biking to school. That's why our bike lanes matter so much, and why removing them would make the street less safe for everyone. I see my classmates and friends biking to school and from school, and I know these lanes give them a safer way to travel. Personally, I have ridden down bike boulevards on Indian Ave, for example, and no, I don't feel safe as when I bike down Humboldt. I'm speaking on behalf of the youth in North Central, the future who wants to bike to school, wants safe streets, and does not want to fear for their lives when they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Hannah Lieb, followed by Sophia Diaz and Joanne Bennett.
Hello, thank you for the time. My name is Anna. I'm a resident of North Central. I live 1 block off of Humboldt. I'm a mother of 2. Both kids are under 5. I use the Humboldt Street bike lanes multiple times a week to get my toddler to daycare over in North Shoreview and my older one to preschool. I would not bike in our neighborhood without the bike lanes. They are they provide a vital measure of safety with my young children. I support alternative 2. I think there's one thing about being a parent is that you need to think about the future and not just what's in front of us now. And I think that as city council members, we are asking you to plan and think ahead for the future. And it is not a coincidence that so many people speaking up on behalf of bike infrastructure and safety for pedestrians and cyclists are young people, are students in high school and even younger, because they too have to think about the future. And I think that as a parent, I think about what kind of world I want my children to live in, and it's one that is cleaner and safer. So please support alternative 2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Sophia Diaz, followed by Joanne Bennett and Jodina Sopnara.
Hello. First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to the council members for taking the time to touch on this topic. I'm a student at San Mateo High School and live fairly close to my school, yet am unfortunately not allowed to bike because of my parents' fear of reckless drivers who do not take sharing the road into consideration. After biking down Humboldt yesterday, which was a fairly safe ride thanks to the bike lanes, I noticed that a lot of the houses with signs expressing the removal of bike lanes to restore parking have a fair amount of parking available to them. Every single house had at least a 1-car driveway and a garage. This goes to show the bike lanes on Humboldt are not taking parking. Houses having an excessive amount of cars are. And while I still have time, I'd also like to say that the only unsafe encounter that I had while biking down Humboldt yesterday was being yelled at and a camera forced into my face while biking by an anti-bike lanes advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next 3 speakers will be Joanne Bennett, followed by Jadika Septoka and Jordan Grimes.
Good evening, Mayor Lorraine and council member. My name is Joanne Bennett. I'm
If you
a
could please speak into the mic, please.
North Central resident. When my kids were growing up and going to grammar school, I live on Idaho, between Peninsula and Poplar. I would not let them ride their bikes to school. I didn't feel it was safe. If it wasn't safe then, it's certainly not safe now. And, you know, back then, we didn't have cell phones. People weren't as distracted. So I think our city has a real dilemma with growth and change. And I think sometimes we just have to compromise. You know, we can't have it all. We can't have cars and cars and keep building and building and expect our streets to be safe, because they won't be. And I feel we just have to compromise. And I think an
Thank you.
injustice was done to North Central.
Thank you. Our next speaker
we
will
have
be.
to correct that.
Thank you. Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker will be Jadika Subkoda, followed by Jordan Grimes and Claire Mack.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Jessica Subkoda, a student at Mills High School. I live in San Mateo County, and I'm here to speak in support of keeping the Humboldt bike lanes next to San Mateo High School. Decisions like this affect students, young people, and the future of our region. Bike lanes near schools aren't just a convenience, they are a safety measure. They help students get to school safely and reduce traffic and emissions around campuses. Removing bike lanes sends the message that short-term driver convenience matters more than long-term community health, safety, and sustainability. That feels like a step backwards, especially when so many cities are trying to make streets safer for students and families. As a student, I want to grow up in a community that prioritizes wellness, climate responsibility, and safe infrastructure for everyone, not just cars. I urge the council to listen to students, educators, and advocates, and to keep the Humboldt bike lanes in place. Thank you for your time and consideration for voices of young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jordan Grimes, followed by Claire Mack.
Good evening, Council. There are very few issues that come before you that are literally life and death. This is one of them. So my question to you all tonight is, how much are our lives worth to you? Lisa, Nicole, Adam, Danielle, Rob, how much is my life worth to you? How much are the lives of the high school students you just heard from San Mateo High? How much are their lives worth? That is what we're talking about here. We are literally talking about life and death. And there is no starker reality than that. I sympathize truly with the people in North Central who are dealing with parking challenges, but we have other options. There is the residential parking permit program, amongst other things that we can do to help get people more parking. We are talking about people's lives. That needs to be the focus. That needs to be where the emphasis goes. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker in chambers will be Claire Mack.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I hope the bike riders in San Mateo can ride until the wheels come off their bikes. In the meantime, there are many residents in North Central San Mateo who need some place to park their cars. When this all took place some years ago, I don't think anybody thought about where the 200 plus cars were going to go. We are living in some congestion that my 89 years didn't show me. Please return some of our parking. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marty, and I've been in San Mateo for 20 plus years. Don't know a lot of context on this topic, but what I've heard today, we're having the wrong conversation, council members. It's not about being safe and riding bikes. I think we all want that, but we're talking about misappropriation of funds. That's the conversation. Money was earmarked for certain investments in infrastructure upgrades, especially at MLK Center, which is a hugely important pillar, especially for the Black and brown community of San Mateo. So I just urge you to have the right conversation when you deliberate and really discuss what should happen to the bike lanes. And more importantly, where should these funds have gone to originally?
Thank you. Moving to our virtual environment, where our first speaker will be Andrew Rebeck. Andrew, please unmute your mic.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Andrew Rebeck, and I live at 805 Highland Avenue, North Central neighborhood, but Council District 1. We've had multiple pedestrian deaths within a mile of my house in just the past few months. That's not an abstract policy. Those are neighbors who didn't make it home. After years of planning and investment, the response to loss of life should be to strengthen safety, not to make streets feel wider and faster. Bike lanes aren't just about bikes. They slow traffic, make movement more predictable, and shorten crossing distances. Speed is what determines whether someone lives or dies. My 10-year-old son was biking on a designated bike corridor when a driver in a large pickup truck drove behind him and leaned on the horn for several seconds right behind him just for being there. That's what our streets feel like to families. You mentioned the health and equity of every person in the city during your pronouncement earlier this meeting. With that in mind, remember, every resident is a pedestrian at some point in their trip. If we look at staff's input honestly, and council has an obligation to all city residents, it suggests keeping Humboldt and investing in the other improvements
Thank
as
you,
well.
Andrew. Thank you, Andrew. Our next speaker will be Tiffany. Tiffany, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi, this is Tiffany. I want to say that I want to keep the Humboldt Street bike lanes. I am a North Central resident. I have lived here for over 8 years. My family and I bike often. We use it on the weekends and also during the week to take our young daughter to school. I also drive on Humboldt Street. I remember what it was like driving on Humboldt Street before the bike lanes went in. It was very crowded with both cars on both sides and also 2 cars going each way. With the recent deaths that have happened, reducing visibility for drivers is unsafe, and I do not want the Humboldt Street lanes to go away. I also have heard people talk about paying taxes to pay for this. I, as a San Mateo resident and North Central resident, do not want to pay more taxes for this. We've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to review these bike lanes, and I do not want to spend any more money to allocate towards this. So again, please keep the Humboldt Street bike lanes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sean. Sean, please go ahead and unmute your mic. We can hear you, Sean.
Yes. Hi, City Council members. I'm just here to speak in favor of keeping the Humboldt Street bike lanes. I live along Humboldt Street, and I take my kids every day to school at North Shirley Montessori across the 101. And I think another speaker mentioned this, but it's not just the schools that are along the corridor, but there's also several elementary schools that are just across the 101, like North Shore View and Parkside and others, that parents use to bicycle across. And it's just been great to have the bike lanes. My daughter now is in 3rd grade. She's asking when she can bike herself to school, and I want to tell her, she can do it one day, but it really is contingent on the streets being safe. So I know we've talked about equity. I think if anything, I'd like to see an equity initiative to expand the bike lanes to other parts of San Mateo. That to me feels like a much better use of equity to expand our network. So thank you so much. Please consider keeping the Humboldt Street bike lanes.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Mari. Mari, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay. Hello and good evening, and thank you to the City Council members for your time. My name is Mari Erfurt, and I am a student at San Mateo High and a member of SMHS Green Team. I'm asking you to please keep the Humboldt bike lanes. As a student, I love being able to ride my bike and knowing that I am safe in my community. And with labeled bike lanes, I feel more safe. And with a bike boulevard, I feel way less safe than when I'm in a labeled bike lane. I have multiple friends who bike to school, and I know that they utilize and rely on the Humboldt bike lanes. And if you remove them, you are also removing their sense of safety. When greenhouse gas emissions are at an all-time high, it is especially important to fall back on modes of transportation that do not require amounts of high fossil fuels. And as of 2021, only 7.8% of people in the U.S. carpool according to census.gov. And the bike lanes are not the problem regarding the lack of parking spaces, but rather too many cars on the road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be caller with number ending in 807. Please go ahead and unmute your mic.
My name's Amy Thompson. I'm the policy director with Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. I recently analyzed the crash data for 2023 in San Mateo County. 73% of crashes were between only cars and 8% were between bicycles and cars. When we're thinking about how we want our kids and our family members to travel, we want to enable biking for everyone able and interested, reduce vehicle travel, slow speeds, save lives. Removing a bike lane to restore parking clearly prioritizes driving over biking. The Strive San Mateo General Plan for 2040, which has been talked about tonight, highlights a couple goals. Number one, increase safety, convenience, and the appeal of walking, biking, and transit use. Reduce vehicle trips to reduce air pollution that causes acute and chronic illnesses in our equity priority communities primarily. Using city funds to remove these bike lanes is in direct conflict with the city equity and sustainability goals.
Our next speaker will be Carvin. Carvin, please unmute your mic.
Greetings, City Council. My name is Carvin Desanayaka, and I live in District 2 of Redwood City. I work in San Mateo near Bridgeport Center, which I get to via Caltrain and bike. I've actually spoken at and attended many of the community feedback sessions for the city's other projects along Delaware Street and 19th Avenue, since that's part of my commute. So it is surprising, given how excited I am for those life-saving improvements that would allow me to come home safe to my family, that I would be here to talk about a possible project that could remove bike lanes. I want to thank the wonderful city staff really working on outreach and doing such a great job proving that of all the options, every presented survey, breakup of survey respondents does not want to get rid of the bike lanes. In a county where nearby cities are approving new bike lanes where there weren't any before, like in Redwood City along the very busy Jefferson Avenue, does San Mateo really want to break that trend? Is this the best way for the city to achieve its strategic goals of safe, clean, attractive neighborhoods? I hope the City Council votes for alternative 2 or 1.
Thank
Keep the
you.
bike lanes.
Our next speaker will be Nicholas Ha. Nicholas, please unmute your mic.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity. I'm a resident of North Central. I'm frustrated by the lack of bike lane to get around, and I don't think bike boulevards are a solution. They frustrate drivers. They do not feel as safe as dedicated bike lanes, so many bikes and scooters end up on the sidewalk, and that's more dangerous for everyone. Removing one of the few bike lanes we have seems like a waste of resources and a step backwards instead of forwards. So please vote for option 2. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Connie Weiss. Connie, please unmute your mic. Connie, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. I would like to share with you that I have read the entire Community Development Block Grant RFP and San Mateo's response as provided by a public records request. In the records provided, and the request was for all of them, there was absolutely no mention of the installation of bike lanes. In fact, it makes no sense that there would be, because the RFP itself said the grant monies could only be used to maintain bike lanes, not install them. And especially not install them if it wasn't something that would benefit North Central residents. The grant was to directly benefit North Central and Shoreview residents. North Central has been communicating clearly since 2022. I hope you remember Ms. Trina Pierce's petition signed by 748 residents that if the bike lanes meant losing parking, they did not want them. The funds were misused, and we need to correct this injustice.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Sean Shochet. Sean, please unmute your mic.
Hi, I'm Sean and live in District 5 and used to live in District 1. I bike to and from my home in San Mateo and the high school I teach at within San Mateo. I also bike all around San Mateo on the weekends. Bike lanes are the only safe infrastructure that keeps cyclists safe and also promote drivers to ditch their cars and use alternative methods of transportation. My children are just now learning to bike ride. When they're old enough to ditch their training wheels, we will encourage them to ride their bikes to school only on streets with dedicated lanes. Our home rule will be to ride on the sidewalks on streets with sharrows because bike boulevards are dangerous. Please vote for alternative 2 for the future of San Mateo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Rick Bollard.
Good evening, Council. I'm Rick Ballard. I live in North Central. Two things. First, sightlines. On Fremont and Idaho, a driver pulling out of their driveway can't see an oncoming cyclist until it's too late. I was nearly hit myself on Fremont this way. The same problem killed a 4-year-old in Burlingame last year. Traffic circles and speed bumps won't fix this. It's the geometry of the streets. Don't route children biking to school down Fremont and Idaho. If you do, when someone is seriously hurt or killed, that would be your legacy. Second, finances. This is fiscal recklessness. The city is running a budget deficit. You may need to ask voters for a tax increase. Do not spend over $1 million to rip out recently installed infrastructure. Voters will remember. Sightlines and finances. Spend money on things North Central needs, not a dangerous, wasteful boondoggle. Don't make another kid's death your legacy. Sightlines and finances. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maria. Maria, please unmute your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Maria. I'm here to ask you to keep the bike lanes on North Humboldt Street. I live on the street and I use the bike lanes multiple times a day for school drop-off, pickups, and other trips. We are a one-car, many bikes household, and these lanes are a major improvement to safety and mobility for my family and many others in our city. In just the past 2 to 3 weeks, I've witnessed 2 near-miss involving children crossing at a 4-way stop on North Humboldt, even with raised curbs. Drivers are not always as attentive as we hope. Bike lanes matter because they give cyclists a dedicated, predictable space on the road. If we remove them, we are knowingly making the streets less safe, and I ask you to seriously consider how you would feel if a serious injury or death followed. Finally, most homes here already have garages, which are designed for car parking. Perhaps we should also focus on encouraging the use of...
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maria Alegria. Maria, please unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Mala Alegria. I was born and raised in San Mateo, and I loved it so much I came back to raise my own family here. I grew up in the North Central area, but now I live in the Parkside area with my family, and I'm a teacher at San Mateo High School. I regularly commute by bike to San Mateo High School using the Humboldt bike lanes and can speak to how critical they are to feeling safe during that commute. I didn't realize how contentious this issue had become until I started seeing a bunch of signs with crossed out bikes on my commute. So I looked into it, and in an effort to be more aware of the issue, I looked up the proposed alternatives and decided to try out Idaho to see if it could be a viable option. The street is really narrow, and with cars parked on both sides, there's not even room for 2 cars to safely pass each other, let alone a bike. I ended up needing to ride on the sidewalk in order to stay safe. Moving to a bike boulevard is a safety issue for both bikers and pedestrians. As a teacher, I know we need to do more around how to educate the community around using the bike lanes and finding safe bike routes to and from school, but the first step is having bike lanes. We cannot value parking over lives.
Thank you.
I urge you to
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Tyler. Tyler, please unmute your mic.
Good evening. When I lived in an apartment, I had to pay for my parking. So why should I subsidize others to store their private property in a public space? Streets are for everyone, not only the adjacent property owner. Now I don't own a car, and frequently I use sharrows or bike boulevards, but that's only because they're the only option. They don't slow drivers down or change how drivers drive around bikes. It's no wonder parents are weary of their child riding in these types of streets. It's interesting that the bike ped master plan has yet to be completed, yet we're spending hours talking about undoing the second highest priority project. So, any future projects may undergo the same discussions, and it just seems like it's a whole waste of time. So let's finish the plan and then adjust what's needed.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, have we done a final call for virtual speakers, and can you tell me how many we have left?
We have, through the mayor, we have 6 remaining virtual requests to speak, and our final speaker is Doug Henderson.
Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Michelle Hudson. Michelle, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good evening, council members. My name is Michelle Hudson. I'm a longtime resident of San Mateo District 1 and co-leader of the 350 Silicon Valley San Mateo Climate Action Team. The 350 Silicon Valley San Mateo Climate Action Team supports retaining the Humboldt bike lanes and specifically Alternative 2. The safety of our community members, including thousands of children, and our climate commitments set forth in our city's climate action plan must come before additional free parking. Transportation is the biggest cause of local greenhouse gas emissions. We need to expand our bike lane infrastructure, not reduce it. Please do the right thing for public safety, equity, and the climate, and retain the Humboldt bike lanes and pursue Alternative 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Rick Sakuda. Rick, please unmute your mic.
Good evening. I would like to make note of the huge disparity of power and privilege and resources between the opposing sides on this issue. The pro-bike faction are well-funded professionals with guidance and assets of the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition. On the other hand are the local residents, San Mateo's only equity priority community, similar to where I grew up in San Francisco. We know the parameters of this community, people who are struggling to get by day to day. Historically, these communities are underrepresented and easily fall prey to outsiders with more power and influence, and their communities can never thrive and grow because of the systemic and constant repression. Consider the use of the misleading and manipulated data that was presented here tonight. And this is continually used to victimize by those in power. Do the right thing and restore parking to the residents of North Central. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Annie Tsai. Annie, please unmute your mic.
Good evening, Council. I've taken away 3 lessons from today's meeting. First, even after 5 years of community engagement, thousands of touches, decisions are still going to be framed as happening overnight. Regardless of tonight's outcome, I urge Council to please formalize definitions, shared definitions of statistical significance, as much of the data presented this evening by the city would reasonably meet commonly defined standards. Secondly, the city has already discussed alternatives to address parking congestion. Please continue to revisit this as an option. Continuing to revisit this as an option really only delays the action. Please move forward as this is a very important next step. Finally, our communities are more interconnected than ever. My own kids ride daily to and from school across neighborhoods. Decisions about safety infrastructure are not just about today. They shape how families move, connect, and live in the city for years to come. Please consider that long-term impact and consider option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maggie Trin. Maggie, please go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi there. My name is Maggie Trin. I'm the board president for the San Mateo Foster City School District Board of Trustees, but I'm speaking tonight as an individual board member that represents the North Central neighborhood. As Mr. Yu mentioned earlier, our board unanimously passed a resolution supporting the Humboldt bike lanes as is, and I keep in mind every day the students who might use this lane. Conceivably, someone could go to school at this intersection for more than 15 plus years, or to one of the schools in North Shoreview, Bayside, or Parkside. I want to recognize that we are in a situation where there are some negative impacts to residents, to some residents, no matter what council chooses. At the same time, I want to point out that our campus improvements at the Fiesta Gardens International School update will include a new staff parking lot with, I believe, at least 50 new spots and a drop-off lane. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Maria. Maria, please unmute your mic.
Hi, my name is Julia and I am 8 years old. I live on North Humboldt Street. I bike to school every day. I see their side, but the bike lanes cost so much money, and now we will basically be paying again to remove them. We will be throwing money in a huge, endless pit just to get bikers injured or even killed. I think we should fix the parking problems in another way. Here are 3 reasons biking is better than driving. First, it is good for nature. Second, it is good exercise. Third, if you almost never bike, it might not be important to you, but if you look at your community, it is. I am tired of all these anti-biker signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Lorraine, that concludes public comment.
Okay. Thank you very much to everyone who gave comment. Now I turn toward my colleagues for questions, and what I think I'd like to do is similar to what we tried last time in our meeting, which I thought went very well. I felt like we had a pretty good flow. I recognize that perhaps of all the members who tried to keep their comments brief, maybe I failed a bit and could do better. So I vow to try to make us 5 for 5 tonight if we can give this another try. I think it's been going well. So we'll try to go, I would say, about 5 to 10 minutes a piece, and just try to ask questions you might wish to have. Maybe not every question. And if you have additional questions beyond that, I promise I'll go back to you. I'd like to see if we can get all of our questions out first, and then perhaps we can address alternatives that are preferred, comments, feedback, etc. If that seems okay. I see nodding heads. And who would like to go first? I believe it is Deputy Mayor Nicole Fernandez. Thank you.
First of all, thank you to staff for an excellent presentation. And I want to just thank all of the advocates who came out, all the residents who came out and engaged in this topic, whether online, emails, in person, Zoom. Thank you for caring about your community. So a couple of questions for staff. How long would it take to execute a residential parking program?
Yeah, so we looked at this. It really depends ultimately on the outreach, but we're looking at about a year to implement, plus or minus a couple of months.
One option that hasn't been explored, or I guess, is there any possibility of pivoting bike traffic from Humboldt to San Mateo Drive's bike lanes?
In regards to a east-west connection, yes, I think Monte Diablo is one. It's currently identified in our bicycle master plan as one that goes east-west and has a connection point ultimately leading, I don't want to say westward, but yes, there's a possibility.
Okay. And do you have any idea about how much that would cost, or execution of something like that?
I do not at this moment, not for the Monte Diablo Bicycle Boulevard.
Okay. Can you, I think I'm going to address this to City Manager Kajikian. Can you speak to the accusations of, quote, misappropriation of CDBG funds on this project?
So I think it's labeled out in the staff report about just the amount in total, the 290, I think it's 290 some odd $1,000 that we would, if the council wanted to go ahead and get rid of the bike lanes, that we would have to pay back within our general funds to pay back to the restricted federal funds, basically, that we can reutilize in the future. Typically, CDBG is focused in our most vulnerable communities, equity priority communities, and they're used for a bunch of different aspects: community facilities, streets, sidewalks, all of that. I don't know if our public works team wants to go further into it, but I know that just overall, typically these are, it's okay to, as long as you get it signed off by HUD, it's okay to move forward with utilizing those funds.
Yeah, and I would say that staff looked into this deeply to make sure, we could respond to this question. And so we worked with our other staff in community development that deals with CDBG and looked deep into it. And we believe that, based on, as Jay presented earlier, that the Humboldt bike lanes and bike master plan projects were included in the annual action plan that had to get approved through the CRC and through council, and then ultimately by HUD, and that was an eligible use of the funds for us to do that. I don't know if Jay, if you want to add anything on that.
No, just that when we looked into this, specifically, I mentioned fiscal year 2021 was really essential because just a couple of months before, when we adopted the bicycle master plan, when staff went to city council, they actually directed staff to use the funds towards the implementation of the bicycle master plan. So that was the AAP that was identified in fiscal year 2020 and 2021.
And so just to be crystal clear, there was no malfeasance at all in using these funds for this purpose.
No.
Awesome. And my last question is there any way that we can dispatch additional resources to law enforcement or LAS for enforcement of abandoned vehicles along this corridor?
If I see a majority of council, that's something that we can look into as part of our budget approval process in the future. It just means, overall, right now, the amount that we pay for LAZ, it covers its costs. But if we want to go and do additional citations and additional work, it just costs more money. And so we'd have to get a quote. If that was council's direction, then you guys can have a discussion thereafter.
Mr. Mayor, that's all of the questions I have at this time until we go around for remarks.
Thank you very much. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Spirko-Kaditsky.
Thank you. My question's for the city manager. How much money do we currently have in our reserve fund?
In total, I believe. Okay. In total, if I recall, because I just gave a whole presentation on this, and in last fiscal year, I believe it was about $117 million, but that is also broken out into different funds itself. But we're talking about just the general fund itself. But we're utilizing that as part of our financial sustainability plan, and that's how we're able to deficit spend right now over the years, because we are forecasting deficit budgets for the next 10 years.
Thank you. That's my only other question.
Thank you. Councilmember Newsom.
Thank you. Through the mayor. I'm going to direct most of these to Jay for now. And thank you, Jay, for a presentation. And thank you to the entire Public Works team for the amount of outreach that's been done and amount of research. So can you tell me what are some of the challenges of having a bike lane between Indian Avenue and to the north and 2nd Avenue to the south with their current configuration? Do we have any data to suggest that these 4 blocks are safer now than they have been before the bike lanes were installed nearly 3 years ago?
Yeah, so I could touch up on that. So there are a couple of, considerations. One is with the existing Humboldt bike lanes, there are some bulb outs. So there are various sections in the Humboldt bike lanes that we actually have to have bicyclists share the road with vehicles. That's just the nature of it. And then in terms of data, we don't have any data at this moment currently that really touches up on the improvement of safety of bikes right now. That's something that we could look into, but we do propose to use big data to look at trends to see if there's been an increase in bicycle usage. And that's something that we would do moving forward, and we'll be bringing it forward to the annual transportation review.
Okay. Do we think we've seen a decline in incidents in the Humboldt corridor, and do we think we've seen a decline in incidents citywide?
We don't have the data to definitively say that at the moment, but that's something that we can work with our data team to go ahead and pick up.
Okay. If we were to look at an alternative of having a bike boulevard either to the east or west of Humboldt, one of the questions I was wondering is would we necessarily want to put them both on one, or would it make more sense to put them one going north to the east and one going south to the west?
Those are potential options, but the reason why we wanted to have a two-way bicycle facility has to do with connection as well as accessibility. I think most of the riders would get used to one connection point to another, and we don't really see a benefit in splitting up a bicycle boulevard when it already is sharing a roadway with vehicles if we're able to achieve the speeds and volumes we're projecting.
Okay. And if we did split it, there's still no opportunity. It's still not enough width to put a bike lane on the alternative side streets.
That is correct. Humboldt actually is only about 40 foot in terms of face of curb to face of curb. If we are to remove one of the bike lanes and place it elsewhere, a bike lane, for context, is only 5 to 6 feet. You'll need approximately 8 feet to fit back in parking. So there's just not enough width to remove one direction of a Class 2 facility. You'll have to remove both.
And even if we took out the medians on Humboldt, there's no opportunity to add or have 2 bike lanes and a car. If we took out the medians between the sidewalk and the street, which are mostly empty planters, there are some trees and such, but if those were taken out, would that give us the opportunity to have both parking and also maintain the bike lane, the second bike lane?
If I'm hearing you correctly, Councilmember Newsom, you're not referring to the median, but really the planter strip pertaining to the sidewalk. Yeah, we looked at that just briefly, and it was infeasible in terms of the cost component. We looked at, depending on how far we want to go up and down Humboldt, it would cost anywhere from $8 to $15 million to go ahead and ultimately widen the roadway to remove either the planter strip or take away from the sidewalk.
Are there any other lessons we can learn about how to make this safer in its current form? Would it help to, is there a way that we could get the bike lanes, or at least one of them, to be protected? Is it possible to move the parking towards the street and have the bike lane move towards the sidewalk?
I think one of the biggest takeaway, and we had a lot of comments about bicycle boulevards and not feeling safe. We have not done a lot of bicycle boulevards, and there's a couple that we have on 28th Avenue, but we can confidently say, working with our design team, this is probably one of the most progressive bike boulevards that we're looking at. If you remember, one of the alternatives includes over 20 speed cushions or speed humps. One takeaway is, in order to make a bike boulevard, and we spoke to different jurisdictions, San Francisco, SFMTA being one, in talking to their slow streets section, is really you have to focus on the speeds, and we took an approach that's safety first, ultimately slow speeds for vehicles.
Sure. And my last question, I'm sorry to go long. I know that the traffic speed is still a concern on Humboldt, and I know that the vehicles per hour on Humboldt are still a concern. Is it possible that, even though people don't necessarily think bike boulevards are safer, is it statistically possible that if we did all these improvements and we put a bicycle boulevard on either side or in one side, that we could make it actually a safer route than it is currently in its current form?
Having this be one of the more progressive bicycle boulevards, there's a couple of things that I want to mention. I think perceived safety, oftentimes, there's a hierarchy, whether it be a Class 2 and then a Class 4, but it really depends on speeds and volumes. And one context that I really want to note is Humboldt has faster speeds in terms of what we're collecting, 30 plus miles per hour. And then the bicycle boulevards that we're proposing is anywhere from 15 to 18 miles per hour. It is hard to say whether it is safer, but we can say confidently that we are establishing a bike boulevard that is industry practice in order for it to be comfortable and determined safe.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you very much, through the mayor. And once again, thank you, Jay, the team. Thank you to everybody who's still here, virtually or in person, and for your efforts and comments. Jay, a couple of questions. I did a lot of reading about European cities, Japanese cities, and how they actually do tend to target their cyclists on slower streets. Did we research that kind of thing in terms of how we looked at Idaho or Fremont or any other street?
Yeah, we didn't specifically look at foreign countries, but I can tell NACTO, ASHTO, a lot of publications, it's a small industry regionally as well as worldwide. A lot of the other practices that we looked at other countries, European, the Dutch, etc., does filter in. But I can tell you just consistently that speeds oftentimes has a correlation in terms of safety and severity of accidents. So one of the main goals in our bicycle boulevard, as demonstrated by the expected performance performance metric is to lower speeds from 22, 25, 26, all the way down to about 15 to 18 miles per hour.
Okay, thank you. Did we look at any point during the study at turning any of these streets one way, whether it's Idaho or Fremont or even Humboldt?
Yeah, there's a couple of data points that we have. I mentioned earlier for the North Central Complete Streets Plan, one of the shortlist item is to convert multiple streets in North Central into one way, but that's east-west. We did qualitatively look at what it would take ultimately to convert, say, Humboldt into a one-way facility, but ultimately that is an effort that would, we estimate at this point, cost over $10 million. To give a general sense of scope, North Central as a whole has over 90 intersections, and we predict that converting Humboldt, one of our most how traveled arterials, would have an impact throughout the community, and that's one that we would definitely want to study more in depth.
Okay, but we didn't look at one way on either Fremont or Idaho.
We did not.
Okay. And I just had a question about the research. There was a slide, or most of the slides seemed to say that whichever group you looked at, there was either a big or at least a slim majority that preferred keeping the bike lanes on Humboldt versus something else. It was slightly smaller on the slides for the mail survey. But then there's AR is not paginated, but in the agenda report, it talks about mailed results, and it says staff distributed prepaid postage mailed surveys to the North Central neighborhood and received a total of 100 survey responses. Blah, 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 blah. When asked directly which of the three alternatives they support, 68% of North Central respondents oppose keeping the existing bike lanes on Humboldt Street. So I'm having difficulty squaring this with the information on the slides.
Yeah, I could go ahead and touch up on that, and I'm going to go ahead and just share the slide here. What was provided, well, is that the wrong slide? Okay. Give me a second. There it goes.
Yeah,
a second.
That's great.
So what we presented in this slide is the rank choice voting. Ultimately, how would you choose if you had to choose the four alternatives from most preferred to least preferred? There is a scenario where they oppose it, but ultimately they would still prefer one option. So what you said is correct in the AR, but what was presented here ultimately is the rank choice voting.
Great. So it's important to underline that. The rank
Exactly.
choice. Okay, those are my questions for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I just have one question for now, which is if we opted for alternative 3 or 4, needing more than $1 million to complete, where would this money come from, and what impact might it have on other bike ped traffic safety projects that we have in our pipeline?
We don't have the funding source identified currently. I think I showed in the next steps, that's something that we would dig into a little bit more, but just digging in terms of where that would come from, most likely it would come from some type of general fund or local fund.
Basically, it's your general fund reserves.
And do we have a sense of what impact, if we were to go ahead with one of these alternatives, presumably, as I think you noted a bit in the presentation, there would be more steps than alternative 1 or 2, right? Like we would need to remove and redo Humboldt Street. We would then have to begin putting in the many speed humps and so on. Presumably this takes staff bandwidth, time, in addition to the money. And I'm just curious whether we have a sense of like what that might displace in our current schedule if we were to prioritize that.
We don't have that fully vetted through. As I think yourself, Mayor, you know, we have a really robust active transportation program, our vehicle congestion management program, as well as our LRSP safety programs. We're going to have to look at that holistically to see what that would mean. But the context is there? Yes, there is limited resources, and this is one project that hasn't been forecasted in the 5-year CIP, so we'll have to make it work somehow. But we haven't identified that at the moment.
Thank you. Now I think I would just check to see if anyone else has any more questions.
Through the mayor, I may have more questions after my comments.
Okay, I appreciate the warning. Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering if we could take like a 2-minute bio break.
Yes.
Is that okay? Sorry.
Okay, we will take a 2-minute bio break.
Run.
Please pardon us.
Run. All right. Now that they mention it, somewhere.
Thank you, everybody. We'll be returning momentarily. Please find your seats again. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We have returned. And Before we go too much further, it occurred to us that we are nearing 11 o'clock, and so we may as well, at this moment, just check in with council members whether we would like to extend beyond 11 o'clock should we reach there in the next 22 minutes, which I imagine we will, and if so, by about how long would be acceptable to people?
So move to 11:30.
I second.
City Clerk, I don't remember if we have to vote on that.
We have a motion. Deputy Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sverko-Kaditsky,
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash,
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine,
Yes.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And I believe Councilmember Newsom has a couple more questions.
Yeah, just two more questions, Jay. Of all the surveys and all the outreach, did we get any responses back in either Spanish or Mandarin?
We did.
Do you know what percentage it was, roughly?
I do not recall at the moment. Sorry.
Do you think it was on par with the 37% that are immigrants that live in the community?
I can say no.
Okay. Along the Humboldt, especially the side where we don't have any parking, do we have or do we see a lot of people parking on their lawns? Do we see more than 2 cars in driveways? What's the trend there, or have we made observations?
This comment is predicated off of us taking rides and strolls up and down the corridor, and we have seen vehicles parked on the lawn, in their driveway, outside of areas that exceed their driveway. We have seen that.
Okay. And do we think that this, being an equity priority community, has more residents living per household or per apartment than in most of the rest of the city?
That is hard to state definitively, but just during the workshops, at least during this effort and what we heard from the North Central Complete Streets Plan, there is more density in this neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your answers.
Okay. Now I think I would like to ask council members to give their feedback, potentially their preferred alternative would be appreciated. And I believe Deputy Mayor Fernandez would like to go first.
So it's appropriate that today is Groundhog Day, and even more fitting that Punxsutawney Phil saw his shadow today, because it feels like this community is living its life on repeat when it comes to the Humboldt bike lanes. I'm tired and frustrated. Our bicycle and pedestrian activist groups like Move San Mateo and SBBC are tired and frustrated that this item keeps being re-adjudicated. And I know that many residents of North Central as well are feeling tired and frustrated. In my district, where we have more people and families packed into one single family home than in any other part of the city, street parking is important to the service workers, seniors, residents who live with disabilities, families who have reached out to me to talk about how the missing parking spaces have affected their lives, how unsafe folks feel walking a half mile back to their homes at night because they can't find parking due to the bike lanes, to the seniors who have had to cancel doctor's appointments because they fear losing parking right outside their home because they can't walk the length of, quote, a few blocks if they lose the spot in front of their home. I see you and thank you for sharing your stories with me. To the bicyclists and pedestrians who have also shared their stories tonight about how endangered they feel in sharing the road with cars, I see you and I thank you for sharing your stories. The whole situation is challenging and on the whole, more than inconvenient. It's more than an inconvenience for many of the people who live on Humboldt, many of whom are service workers, many of whom are large families. This is an accessibility issue to me, and this is an equity issue to me. These bike lanes were rushed because of a deadline that had nothing to do with the city, a grant deadline that literally had nothing to do with us. This council inherited this mess from a previous council, and as my council colleagues have observed time and time again, we seem to be the cleanup crew for the past council's mistakes. To quote my predecessor in this seat, quote, "The way that this neighborhood is torn is a reflection of the fact that we have not brought the community with us." And to paraphrase myself from the last meeting on these bike lanes, I'm frustrated and disappointed that my community continues to have projects like this executed in our neighborhood in a matter where it feels like it is done to us and not with us. I am tired of studying this issue, I am tired of surveys, and I am tired for my constituents. Colleagues, honestly, please work with me to restore some sort of parking on Humboldt. Looking at this through an equity lens, it's the only fair thing to do for my under-resourced district and this neighborhood. And other than that, I yield my time and I actually defer to Mayor Lorraine, as I'm eager to hear from him because he spent many years living in North Central and very close to Humboldt, and he knows this neighborhood as well as I do.
Okay. I'll try to start and save a little time by echoing what the Deputy Mayor's comments, thanking everybody for their input on this matter a number of times. We heard the pains from folks who are having issues parking nearby, and I agree that it's more than an inconvenience. If you have to do it every day, if you have to go more than a couple of blocks, it reduces your quality of life in San Mateo. I agree and understand that. And yet I heard from a number of people tonight and through emails and more who are from North Central, who live on Humboldt, who are using these bike lanes and for whom this project has increased their quality of life. So it's not cut and dry. And it wasn't in 2022 either. In fact, I feel, as we were talking about Groundhog Day, I wonder myself, what has materially changed since that decision? We see and experience the impacts of people who are needing to deal with fewer parking spots near them. But what of the parking inventory that was conducted earlier? I asked staff for this and got a response back that I wanted to try and share with you quickly. Pre-project parking occupancy data was presented to the SIC and City Council in 2022, found that peak midnight parking demand averaged 73%, with the Poplar peak occupancy around 55 to 60 and Humboldt being at 80% at peak. Post-project parking occupancy was evaluated with the North Central Complete Streets Plan, and the occupancy values are here. Approximately out of 5,882 on-street parking spaces in North Central, on all days observed during the hours of 8 a.m. and 5 p.m., parking occupancy ranged from 50 to 60%. After 5 p.m. on all days, parking occupancy steadily increases through the evening to a maximum observed occupancy of approximately 75%. So as many people gave public comment, it was hard to park in North Central before the bike lanes, and it's hard to park in North Central after the bike lanes. But there are still areas of parking capacity under 80% within 1 block of Poplar and 2 blocks of Humboldt. So to me, what this says is, first of all, I did hear from the BHNA in their presentation that we need to make a correction when something is failing to do what it's purported to do. But it would seem to me that the data appears to show that this project is doing exactly what it planned to do. And what it also tells me is if we restore 100 parking spaces to North Central out of 5,882, the parking occupancy will still be 75% or higher. So it will still be hard to park in North Central, but it'll be easier on Humboldt, right? It'll be easier in the spots around Humboldt. I do understand that. That's why I am in support of an RPPP that is focused to the Humboldt area, the area where the bike lanes have taken parking spaces. I'm hopeful that would help. I agree when Claire Mack says we need to find somewhere to put some of these cars. That's absolutely right, and we haven't done enough. And we need to work on that. But I do feel like returning things to the way they were is not the answer. If anything, anecdotally, the main thing that's changed since we talked about this in 22 is There are a whole lot more people here from North Central and Humboldt who are giving public comment saying they use these bike lanes. We did a lot more outreach, and we found that people want more lighting and traffic calming. Safety and feasibility concerns were present when looking at Idaho and Fremont alternatives. There was no clear favorite, and there was some support for Humboldt over these alternatives. And the bike counts appear to be increasing, not by hundreds and hundreds yet, but remember that the full bike network is not complete. So I'm inclined to support alternative 2. To me, I will say, Jay, I really appreciate the work that Public Works did to come up with, if we had to do a bike boulevard on one of these streets, what would it take to make it potentially as safe as what we currently have on Humboldt? And these are way better than the current bike boulevards I've seen in San Mateo and elsewhere. This is a bigger deal. So I do think, I just want to commend you for that. But I look at the price tag, and I'm thinking about the price that it would cost to undo what we've already done and then proceed to do this. And would it be safer? Would it be better? It seems like it's not very popular. And so to me, alternative 2 is the best alternative for our future. It's, we have Fiesta School expanding the number of local students attending school in the area. The school board and PTA support it. And I would frankly like to take up what Maggie Trin has hinted in the past about seeing if there's an opportunity later, once Fiesta School is done, to see if there might be an opportunity to share some parking at the facility. It's a more financially responsible decision in a budget environment in which departments are being asked to consider cuts as part of our financial sustainability plan. And it avoids us deferring other important public safety projects in an environment in which we most unfortunately have heard multiple times lately about collisions and injuries, fatalities. These served as reminders to me that we have a lot of work to do around the city to make San Mateo a safe place to live. And yet we've already seen delays on projects citywide over the last few years. I would not like to see this decision result in more delay and fewer overall resources for future projects. It's an option that protects our reputation with those agencies who grant us funding, that their dollars are being spent on a project that will last. I'm hopeful that an RPP targeted for Humboldt could help those affected most locally and would hopefully mitigate this impact. I'm glad to see street lighting, and I feel like this will not be the last opportunity to improve traffic and parking in North Central. We do need to do more. I mentioned the RPPP. Some of the presentation Jay mentioned with the North Central Complete Streets Plan and Complete Streets Plan, local roadway safety plan improvements are shown in the presentation. We're going to see Humboldt get better. And I am providing a blue sky ask in the goal setting session this year that is intended to try and figure out what else can we do. When we have many places in our city right now that have parking shortages. It's true near where I was living in Hillsdale Garden. It's even true on 25th Avenue when people are trying to park to support our local businesses. What can we do in our areas with high parking demand? To me, I'm thinking of car share and more, but I will talk about that later. So I want to close by saying I don't believe we'll be able to complete a safe and useful bike network without making some trade-offs. We definitely made a trade-off with this plan, but we weren't going to be able to take a meaningful step forward without doing so. And I'll leave it there. Councilmember Spirko-Guditsky.
Thank you, through the mayor. I want to start by thanking everyone who came out tonight, as well as those watching from home and those who took time to email the City Council to share their views on the Humboldt bike lanes. I also want to thank city staff for their presentation tonight. I have read every single letter over the past 12 months since I joined this council, and I truly appreciate the level of engagement and care people have shown about improving our streets across San Mateo. Before I turn specifically to Humboldt Street, I want to take a moment to address a broader concern I've heard from many residents about whether the city is taking bike and pedestrian safety seriously and what work is actually underway today. Public safety is a top priority for the city of San Mateo and this council. Right now, San Mateo has more than $24 million allocated to pedestrian and bicycle safety projects citywide, and roughly 70% of those projects are grant funded, which shows our commitment to bringing outside resources into our community. In recent years, we've advanced projects like the 3rd and Norfolk Safety Enhancement Project, the Delaware Bike Lane Improvement Project, and we're actively working to secure funding for upgrades along the 19th Avenue corridor. The council has also reaffirmed support for completing citywide speed surveys, which will return to council for review this June. Beyond individual projects, San Mateo has adopted a pedestrian master plan, a bicycle master plan, and reaffirmed our commitment to Vision Zero in the 2040 general plan, prioritizing the elimination of traffic fatalities through data-driven safety investments. I share all of this to make one thing clear. Everyone here cares deeply about safety and safe streets, and there is no divide in that as a core value we all hold. Our challenge and our responsibility is finding solutions that work for bicyclists, pedestrians, drivers, and the residents who live on these streets every day. With that, I want the community to take a deep breath and stay open-minded to a bold proposal. I'd like to propose a new alternative, that we convert Humboldt Street to a one-way street. This would preserve a continuous north-south bike connection and restore parking for all residents. I want to be very clear. This is not a small change. This would be a major, approximately $10 million investment in circulation studies, signals, design, and safety. But I believe it deserves serious consideration because it addresses the root of this conflict that we've been debating for years. Here's why I believe a one-way Humboldt is a net benefit for residents in North Central and cyclists across the community. 1, it preserves Humboldt as our primary north-south bike corridor and aligns with the bike master plan. 2, it creates space to restore all on-street parking, addressing one of the most consistent and valid concerns we've heard from North Central residents. 3, it reduces daily friction and conflict by simplifying traffic movement, improving visibility, and making the streets easier to understand for everyone who uses it. 4, it avoids shifting impact to Idaho and Fremont, where residents have raised serious concern about driveway visibility, narrow widths, and increased traffic. 5, it represents a permanent solution, not another incremental adjustment layered onto a street configuration that is not working today. We have already invested heavily in Humboldt as a citywide corridor. At some point, the question becomes whether we continue to manage trade-offs or whether we fully redesign the street so it functions the way it should. If we are going to consider an investment of this scale, I believe it must come with an equally strong commitment to the North Central community. That means this cannot just be about traffic direction. It must also include new street lighting, improved pedestrian crosswalks, upgraded signage, signal improvement, and visibility enhancement so that walking, biking, and driving are all safer. I want to be clear about my intent. This should be the largest and most comprehensive infrastructure investment the city has ever made in the North Central neighborhood. Not just to fix a bike lane, but to deliver a safer, more livable street for the people who call this area home. I know change like this can feel unsettling. I also know that doing nothing or doing just a little more of the same has left too many people frustrated. My goal is not to pick sides, but to finally align safety, accessibility, and livability in a way that lasts. Whatever direction this council chooses, we owe it to this community to be honest about the trade-offs, bold enough to consider a real solution for the residents of North Central and all future San Mateans. Thank you.
Oh, Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Thank you very much. And thank you to my council members for really spending a lot of time thinking about this. Every one of us has been out talking to people, and we've all been learning. So thank you, everyone here. Thank you to everybody we've spoken to, past, present, and future. As we heard tonight, this issue, we're talking about bike lane versus parking. Bike lane versus parking. And really what I think I'm hearing from a lot of my council members and from many in the audience is what we need to be talking about is what is best for our entire community. And I've heard many things. Of course, people living in a neighborhood that's already short on parking are going to feel incredibly put upon when they lose 170 spots. This is a real life lived experience. It is not a theoretical issue. They have to walk a long way at night. As we've said, they can't invite their friends over, anyone who comes there. And I've heard from so many people in North Central, we don't have anything against bike lanes. We just don't want our current life to be denigrated. But then I believe that. But then I also believe all the people who are here tonight and elsewhere, and as many of my council members have said, who really believe in the importance of having safe bike lanes so kids are protected on the route to school. We haven't talked about this is the future, and I heard a lot of people talking about that tonight. People without cars can get to their work if there are safe bike lanes. It's also that people, it's not just people outside of North Central who want bike lanes, it's people who live next to people who don't want bike lanes, who want bike lanes. So these opinions have really become totally entwined. It's not an us versus them. It's how do we live our life better? So I would hope, and I think I'm hearing this on the council, that we sort of try and step back from this zero-sum game of bike lanes versus parking. It was do nothing or restore the parking. I don't think that is really the answer. I think where we want to come out is we all want safety. I've heard everybody say that tonight. And there are, number one, to start out, there are immediate actions we can and should take. And I've heard many of them from my council members tonight. Lighting throughout the neighborhood, traffic calming measures to slow speeds down. We didn't even talk about lowering speed limits, which I think we should talk about once we get the speed surveys back later this year. Increased parking, abandoned vehicle, and speed enforcement. I heard from many people that if we do that, it will by itself improve the environment. These are measures the community has been asking for years, as other communities like Central have. So the least we can do is live up to what we have said to people in the past we will do, and do all these things and do them now. I'm also, as my council members, very supportive of not just examining, but implementing a residential parking program in the Humboldt Street neighborhood within the next 6 months, if possible. I know that you said a year, but I would love to see what can we do to try and expedite that. Because if we're going to do things, we need to try and address immediate concerns. So what can we do to get that? And I will go to extra meetings. I will do whatever you need me to do to try and make that work faster. And let's commit to all these actions as the baseline of a holistic plan that will focus on safety that we all can agree on. As maybe you heard in my questions, I was originally open to looking at making North Idaho and or Fremont one-way streets, not doing it as is, but making them one-way streets, doing all the traffic calming measures to slow speeds, and adding bike boulevards on each street if it is one way, rather than keeping the Humboldt bike lanes. Many people have said to me, I won't travel on Humboldt. I won't let my kids travel on the bike lanes on Humboldt because just adding green paint doesn't make me feel safe. And I understand that. slower, less traveled streets make sense. But as we've heard, we don't have the luxury of slower, less traveled streets in North Central or really anywhere in San Mateo. So that's what has made me think more and more about whether the option of having 2 bike boulevards is really even an option, even if it goes one way. So it's very funny that my colleague, Councilmember Schwicker-Goditsky, is talking about a big, bold initiative. I've come to that same conclusion in a different way, that I do believe that making Humboldt one way, keeping the bike lanes there, and adding all the safety enhancements I've mentioned is the best way to give our community the safety they deserve, along with the two things people have asked for: parking and bike lanes. And if we do this, it is a major investment, no question. But it's really focused on how do we give this why don't we make this a permanent solution, as my council member has said, rather than doing things half you know what. We know it'll take a couple years to fully implement, but we can prioritize changes like the residential parking program and increased after-hours enforcement. We can do quick builds to start to get things like lighted crosswalks, to start to reduce the parking pressure now and show that we're serious. I would also recommend, which hasn't been mentioned yet, that while we're waiting for all this study to happen, which has to, that we introduce a subsidized rideshare program for impacted Humboldt area neighbors that would last until the residential parking program was implemented and alleviate their issues about having to walk long distances. I mean, we could even talk about doing an equitable cap and trade. You know, if you don't need all your parking permits, well, then maybe you sell them on the market for someone else, right? Let's let the market forces come together. But all this together is a solution as opposed to, I want this or I want that. It's looking at some of the fundamental root causes. It would keep the bike lanes in place and make them even safer by putting them between the curb and the parked cars. So that if, God forbid, a car came down the street and was distracted, it would hit a parked car. And that's too bad, but it's not hitting a human being. I think there's no choice about what we all should choose. And yes, it would cost a lot of money, but I believe that this is a major good investment for all of San Mateo. And this investment could be, as we talked about, considered part of the city's overall complete streets plan, safe routes to school plan, and it would be a meaningful step toward implementing our shared Vision Zero objective of zero vehicle deaths annually. So the deputy mayor talked about Groundhog Day, and yes, it is tonight, and yes, we've been talking about this for 4 years. But I think it's partially because we haven't made the investment necessary to really deal with a solution, because all of our neighbors work together. So I believe this plan would change that. And in the process of all this, I have changed my mind. And I believe that this plan is the way to go. I encourage my fellow council members to do the same tonight, to lead by making a holistic, pretty major investment to increase the safety of pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers alike. This is certainly an investment in North Central, but I believe it's an investment in San Mateo's future. So thank you.
Through the mayor, if I may, and I did ask Council Member Newsom if it's okay, can I ask Jay a few questions?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Diaz-Nash, for your comments. If we were to convert the street to a one-way, can you confirm if we'd be able to fit both parking and bike lanes on Humboldt?
Yes, we looked at this, and with the 40-foot face-to curb to face-to curb, you can fit the bike lanes in there as well as parking.
And then in terms of cost, is it true that the cost would be roughly $2 million for a feasibility study, $1 million for planning, and around $6 to $7 million for construction?
At this moment, that seems consistent with some of the rough costs. Now, again, these are planning figures. We would know more as we dive in potentially into the feasibility study to see what that would look like.
And then the bike lane, if it stayed on Humboldt, it would then be like something like, as Council Member Diaz-Nash mentioned, sidewalk, a two-way bike lane, parking, the one-way road, and then parking, correct?
There could be many variations, but that is one plausible variation.
Okay, thank you. What do you expect the timeline would be to do a feasibility study on converting Humboldt and the entire, you'd have to look citywide, I believe, about the impacts, but what would that feasibility study, how long would that take?
A general timeline, this is actually perfect. We recently got awarded about $1.5 million from the TA to do something similar in Peninsula Corridor Multimodal Complete Streets project. That scoped effort was about 18 months to go ahead and do the planning effort. Now, if we're just talking about the feasibility in that context, with limited outreach, that could be about a year.
Okay, and that would also depend on how far we extend the one-way, correct?
That is correct.
So city staff would have to analyze if this is a few blocks that are one-way or all the way to, Poplar or Peninsula.
That is correct. And what we mentioned previously is converting Humboldt into a one-way is a pretty big deal. Things that we have heard consistently from the community is congestion is also one that they care about. And having Humboldt being one of the primary arterials, we would expect trips to potentially go to Delaware and even further westward, if you will. So we have to look at the community holistically in terms of what the impacts would be.
Okay, thank you very much.
I think just really quickly, I just want to jump in here because we're isolating just on this project overall, but I also think that there's going to be trade-offs because we are at max capacity on all our transportation projects. So I just want to put that into consideration too. If the council decides to go into this direction, then we'd have to come back and let you know what we're not going to be getting to, or how far, along that'll have to be delayed. So I just want to put that in perspective as well.
Councilmember Newsom.
I had a prepared opinion and tact, and obviously it's kind of gone out the window. But I'm going to ask a couple questions and then try to still circle back to my thoughts. Is there opportunity for, I know grants are in short supply these days, but is there opportunity if we were to do something like this to have more public safety grants?
Yes. The way we would look at it in context, now again, we haven't kind of vetted every single grant agency, but one thing has been known, for example, the TA is if we're removing a facility as what they view as installing another facility that may not be as safe, it would not be eligible for grant funding. But the scenario we're talking about a one-way facility and improving an existing facility, I could see that getting some traction for some granting agencies.
Okay. Is there, so I work and I actually usually take the freeway, but I've ridden, biked, and bussed. But I work in Burlingame, just north. And one thing I've noticed is that the bike lanes stop, when you hit the San Mateo border. And Burlingame does, in that little kind of corridor there where North Humboldt runs through to Rollins Road and the end of North Amplet, they do a really good job of getting traffic out of there by kind of reshuffling it onto, for them, it's Rollins Road. For us, it would be Amplet. Do you think there's an opportunity to get, ultimately, I think the challenge I see and what I've been weighing so heavily all weekend is we're adding schools, we're adding more kids. The hope is that we're going to have more bikes right in these bike lanes. But on the flip side, we have a neighborhood that, they can't park. You have a large senior population. You have housing that is very densely populated. And, while a good percentage of them might not be able to own cars, there's also more people in the house. So if every fourth person doesn't have a car, there's still a fourth person. So there's 3 cars. So I'm kind of curious, do we think we could reroute or redirect traffic more to be on like vehicle traffic on the Amplet to make it a safer neighborhood and restrict it more to the residents and the people taking their kids to school? And I know that was a long question, sorry.
Yeah, that is doable. Fremont alternative is one that we looked at that conceptually, and we call those diverters to a certain extent, as well as implementing slow streets to go ahead and promote internal residential traffic as opposed to cut through traffic. So definitely something we can do.
Okay. Well, I'll try to say what I was going to say and tailor it to a new narrative, maybe. I think it's been unfortunate, the narrative that's been going around, that our council just wants to rip out bike lanes. Nothing could be further from the truth, and I know that for every single one of you. I think what we've been struggling with is to try to find that balance between safer streets and bike routes and pedestrian infrastructure, and also a balance for accessibility for the neighbors, especially in these 4 blocks. I've also been frustrated, as has many of the neighbors, in that, these bike lanes were installed, and I really do believe that there were promises of pedestrian infrastructure and ADA safety enhancements that never came. There was promises of streetlights that never came, and I don't point to any one person as a fault. I think we were on a timeline, we were in a pandemic, and so they got the money and they put it on the bike lane, and that's fine. But I think it's time that we do make sure we bring back a lot of these things that have been promised to the neighborhood. And that includes, high visibility crosswalks. That includes more 3D paint. That includes lowering the speed on Humboldt. I mean, Jay, what the things you've answered for me tonight make it very clear to me that, and I wouldn't be comfortable with my kids riding their bike down Humboldt Street. Growing up in San Mateo, it's a great concept to have a bike lane, but a bike lane only works if you feel comfortable letting your 3rd grader or your 5th grader ride alone on a bike lane. And Humboldt in its current form, to me, doesn't provide that. And I'm sure parents in the room will rumble and say, well, that's you're a kook. But I grew up here, and I used to commute. When I was 15, I would commute from San Mateo to South San Francisco, and you would never ride down Amplet. You'd never ride down El Camino Real. You would ride the inner streets and always 1 or 2 blocks off the arterial. And so ultimately, we need to find a balance. And, I was talking to seniors at the senior lunch at King Center last Thursday, and many of them are immigrants. In fact, I think the majority of them are. And in speaking with them, almost all have lived in the North Humboldt neighborhood area for decades. Some of them multiple generations, and they're concerned. And one of them told me, and I thought this was cute. She said, I'm a grandparent, and I would never let my kids ride down that bike lane in its current form. And she said, we all care about safe streets, and this is trying to find a balance between the two, of making sure that our seniors can park closer to home, making sure that there's ADA access, making sure that the sidewalks are not, they need to be leveled and flat and safe for people walking. They need to be safe for kids walking. There's a tremendous amount of trip hazards. The lighting is horrible. I think I really, as crazy as it may sound, I'm really behind this idea of making a grand investment in North Central and making this be the future of how we develop projects, because this project started out badly, and the more I've been thinking about it, I don't want to continue throwing good money after bad. I want this to be right. And yeah, there's a deficit, and yeah, we'll have to deal with that. But ultimately, I find myself agreeing with my counterparts on looking at the feasibility of putting a one-way here. I think it's a good solution for all. It's much safer for the kids. A protected bike lane, I'll let my kids go down. I'll let my 5-year-old nephew go down. I wouldn't let him go down in its current form. So that's where I find myself, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, that was unexpected. City Manager, any thoughts on what you've heard tonight?
Yes, actually, I have some thoughts just overall. So yeah, quite the surprise overall. But thinking about going big and bold, I guess the first and foremost thing is just really looking at, these are general fund dollars that we would have to really look at pledging or putting forward on this project. Yes, it'd be great to try to get other people's money. Of course, staff would try to do that. But overall, to get started, it takes money. And before, we start dipping into general fund reserves, I also just think that we want to hear from the community. Are they open to this idea, this big, bold idea as well, overall, before we start going in and doing an RFP for $2 million for a feasibility study? Just want to see where the council's at on that.
I guess what I would say is, if whatever else we do, we absolutely have to get the traffic calming, the residential parking, everything we can do now, we should do now, which is different than what you're asking. I'm just saying, well, we're going to do a feasibility study no matter what we decide. So
there's competing priorities here, because in order to be able to do a feasibility study, that takes staff. We're limited on the amount of staff that we have. We have a lot of safety projects. We're happy to do whatever the council wants to do. I'm going to say that, I qualify that first and foremost. Whatever you guys direct, we're happy to do here. But at the same time, when we really look at just juggling, staff would then have to then pivot, go and do the RFP. That takes away, how are we going to get to the residential permit parking program? I don't even know if we can make these improvements and then tear them all out in the future if it's a one-way. We'd have to study. I guess there's a lot more that we'd have to look at. I don't know overall. And so what I'm saying is happy to look into this further, just looking for, before we make major investments, just trying to understand, do we want to hear from the from the neighborhood first to see if this is something that they'd be interested in, rather than just telling them this is what we're doing and spending $2 million.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
Through the mayor. So I think with regard to the residential parking permit program, would the council, considering or just verbalizing this, but if the council, we're having our Blue Sky meeting on Saturday. Mm-hmm. If we were to make that our number one priority for the year, would that help the timeline if we were to go big and bold, using Councilmember Swierkiewicz-Goditsky's big and bold plan?
So I hear you, but it's the same staff that would be, that are going to be working on this. They're the ones, it's the same crew that does the permit parking program at the same time. I don't know, I'll look to you guys over at Public Works, but my understanding is you guys got a full plate over there, Matt or Jay or Catherine.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think, we've spent the last year doing this engagement process on everything that was presented tonight, and it was, the biggest engagement we've ever done on a transportation project. I don't think a permit parking program would require as robust of outreach, but it's still something that we have not deeply engaged the community on in terms of how would a permit parking program work. The challenge, as one of the commenters made tonight, is that most of our permit parking programs have a generator, which you have outside people coming into an area that we're trying to restrict so that you save the parking for the residences. We don't necessarily have that here. We've done something that took away parking and made things more challenging. So I think potentially the more direction that council could give us tonight in terms of how focused would you want a permit parking program to be would probably give us more clarity on the level of outreach and engagement. If it is a focused permit parking program just focused on the Humboldt corridor and not a community-wide permit parking program, that definitely makes the outreach easier. But we also don't know where the community's at on that in terms of if we went out and said we just want to do a focused Humboldt one, it may raise other issues in terms of people saying, well, you're going to do that, it's just going to shift the problem to my street, and then it's going to become a bigger and bigger issue. So I think that's the challenge, and the reality is that, just getting meetings scheduled, it takes us time, and that's why we say things are going to take 6 months to a year. Some of it is just the reality of how long it takes for us to get a meeting on the calendar so that we're respectful to these people, that we aren't saying, we're going to have a meeting next week when you guys aren't available. We have to plan for all of that. And if we're going to do at the same time sort of the feasibility analysis on the one-way street, we're going to have to procure a consultant, which is going to take us multiple months just to do an RFP process for that. We're going to have to bring it back to council. I'm sure that the dollar amount for a feasibility analysis on this will be well over $100,000. So it's going to have to come back to council. So just getting something to council is usually, doing an RFP process is a 4-month process just to do all of that and get something back to council. So that's part of the challenges on our timing of why we can't do things really quickly. And so I think it depends on the level of engagement the council wants to see when we talk about a permit parking program. And then when it comes to the one-way street analysis, maybe we could do, I defer to Jay to weigh in on this. Maybe there's a high-level feasibility analysis that is not getting into the deep circulation study that can just look at it at a high level and say, these are the things that you're really going to have to think about in terms of doing a one-way thing, that would give us something that maybe we can then engage the community about in terms of these are key issues that need to be talked about before we do it. But if, as Jay was saying, the magnitude of the circulation impacts that would come from doing a one-way street on Humboldt are significant when you think about the fact that we have the Poplar off-ramp and on-ramp of people getting on and off the freeway. We've got 3rd Avenue of people getting on and off the freeway that are all potentially funneling onto Humboldt as well as Peninsula Avenue, and figuring out what section of that is going to be one way, what direction is it going to go, and then where are all those people going to go. It's a huge analysis that would have to happen, and so it's not something that we can just jump into quickly. It's a very detailed, thorough analysis that we'd have to do, but maybe there is some sort of high-level feasibility study that would just look at sort of what are the key things that we have to think about that we could do initially with no regrets, because it's just answering some basic questions for us that then maybe could get engaged some more. I don't know, Jay, if you have any thoughts, or Catherine.
I guess what I'm hearing is that there's kind of this interim solution forming and maybe this longer term. So it seems like there's support for really the alternative too. It's keeping the bike lanes for now, doing the street lighting, doing the traffic calming improvements on Humboldt, exploring the residential parking permit program, and accelerating that process. Now, the longer term solution, the big, bold solution, that's going to take some more study. We want to check in with the community to see if that's also something that they would support. Maybe that's like doing a pulse, see if there's an interest there, and then maybe that evolves to a feasibility study. So that's sort of what I'm hearing, is maybe it's alternative 2 for now, and then there's the longer solution forming. But Jade, yeah.
I just want to weigh in just for context. So one of my blue skies actually was going to be the residential parking permit, looking at the citywide, yes, looking at the threshold currently that you need to achieve. And there's some kind of minor language adjustments we should probably be making. I would be okay narrowing that scope to focus on the most urgent need right now, which is North Central, if the council would be amenable to that. And then, I value community input. So, my thing is, I don't think ripping out the bike lane is the right decision. And we need a real solution that works for the community and for the long-term vision of San Mateo. And I just don't want to relent on that. And so I think, I like this idea of maybe short-term versus long-term, but we need to really start moving on some of these things and not just keep talking and talking. We need to see real action. Like, I was hoping the lights would have been in a year ago, because I think council did give direction on that a year ago, and we're still talking about the lighting in, North Central. So if we're going to do this, we need to really be comfortable with some movement quickly, and really, the big, bold investment into North Central, and starting to look at the street plan, starting to look at the citywide circulation and make movement.
If I might, I would like to ask Catherine, Jay, Matt, whether there might be some opportunity within the eventual completion of the North Central Complete Streets Plan and the Complete Streets Plan to have this to have some initial work that you're mentioning is I mean, to me, I think like could that be an avenue in which some of this high level work is explored?
Definitely. You know, we mentioned about next steps. Ultimately, we would fold in city council direction into the North Central complete streets plan, and we would close that chapter and then integrate back into the complete streets plan. But in lieu of integrating that, we do have a adopted plan. We could bring it to city council, and this could stand on its own. That is something in the long term, at least, we can go ahead and look for sustainable funding sources to go ahead and implement this big, bold vision for North Central.
Yeah, I guess I just want to comment that while I very much appreciate what sounds like a lot of energy toward the biggest bike project ever in San Mateo ×5, you know, I'm worried about what, you know, of the energy and resources that would be required to really see that through, given that, you know, we started in our city with a bike master plan in 2011, and not all of those projects have been completed yet. And, you know, how many of those could be completed with $10 million? We have spent a lot of time analyzing our city for a bike network, and prioritized a number of projects that also deserve their opportunity to be completed. And we haven't yet found the funding for those, or the time, or the bandwidth, or pipeline. So I guess I just wanted to share that.
Thank you, through the mayor. I think the thing is, this isn't just about the bike lane. This is about investing back into North Central completely. So this is, you're talking new signage, new lighting, you know, new striping, you know, completely redesigning that area that, as many people referenced today, is an equity priority community that the city, not the people here today, but long-term has neglected. So this would be not just about the bike infrastructure or the roadway, it's about everything, a complete overhaul, a complete redesign.
Deputy Mayor.
First of all, I want to commend Councilmember Swerko-Gaditsky for thinking outside the box. And I am grateful for her belief that District 2, North Central, should be in receipt of such a large project, due in part to the under-resourced, due to the history of under-resourcing the communities in North Central. This is scary. This is scary. We're city council members during a deficit, but we need to solve these problems, and we need to be bold, and we need to be visionary in this. So I am still adjusting my mindset to something like this, but I would be supportive of the investment in this community, because this is our community, and I really believe that we need to look holistically at solving this issue. I'm supportive of going to the community and getting their thoughts on this, but I have full faith in our staff in being able to take on something like this. But beyond that, and we can have a larger conversation, but if we need to appropriate more funds for outside consultants or something just to get this off the ground in some sort of timely manner, I would be supportive of that as well.
Yes. Just looking at the time, do you guys want to take another vote to extend the meeting?
I move to extend the meeting.
15 minutes?
To 11:45.
I second that. City Clerk.
Councilmember Swerko-Gaditsky?
Yes.
Mayor Lorraine?
Yes.
Councilmember Diaz-Nash?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Fernandez?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsom.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
I wanted to try and ask a question that I hope could consider a path forward on this. Because I think what I feel like I'm hearing, I think resonates a bit with what I heard Catherine talking about. To me, I think there's an interest in improving this part of the North Central neighborhood, finding the opportunity to return parking, restore parking, whilst having an even safer bike path. Mm-hmm. And, of course, I share that vision. I do feel that, to me, like, that will certainly require exploration and won't happen tomorrow, no matter what. Mm-hmm. And so I think in the interest of avoiding committing to too much without exploring all of the externalities that could be part of this, to me, I guess this sounds to me like a big project we want to explore going forward in a way that I guess, like, to me, the analog is the, like, Hillsdale crossing at 101, right? It's been in our bike master plan update as a project that would be wonderful, transformative, helpful, and yet seems a bit cost restrictive and would require more study. We've done some work on it and would need to do more to put it over the hump. Is there some interest in, I think what I heard was proceeding with alternative 2 tonight with a focus on leaning into things like an RPPP that might be focused so that we can get it working as soon as possible, something I'm very supportive of. Because frankly, we've been talking about it since 2022, and I want us to try it. I heard some interest in potentially, other methods that might help with some of the parking issues, such as considering increased enforcement for abandoned vehicles, and something else that has fallen out of my brain. But going ahead with that as the alternative that doesn't spend a lot of extra money on something that we feel is some kind of Band-Aid throwing good money after bad, but instead maybe allows us to consider a larger, more improved project going forward.
So, Mr. Mayor, we've been taking notes here, and would you like us to go over kind of the consensus that we've heard from the entire council of what you guys have? Is there someone?
Yes, but I thought Councilmember Nash was about to make a comment.
Oh.
I'd like to hear it.
Thank you very much. And yes, I want to hear, because you're listening to us in the middle of forming this, but there are a number of things. I think we need to focus on what can we do now in one path, because just saying we want to do alternative 2 and we'll look at other things down the way, that says to me people who are needing parking, are needing relief, they're going to walk out of here saying nothing's going to change. And I think we have to show that things are changing, like, right away. And we also need to show our commitment to bike safety. And this is not just about the bike lanes. It's got to be a holistic pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, driver safety, whatever. So I think I would say you've got certainly the residential parking permit program that we've discussed, and focusing it in North Central, because it is going to be different. Enforcement, I've heard loud and long from, doesn't matter whether you want the bike lanes or you don't want the bike lanes. Speeding enforcement, parking enforcement, particularly after hours, because that's when the problem happens. It's not at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, it's at 8 o'clock at night when people are coming home. I would love to propose that we look at doing even a pilot of the ride share, so that we can get down and get people who are having those real problems, and we can time bound it. I suggested doing it in parallel with the residential parking program. I'm open to other suggestions, but that's something. And then, the lighting, obviously, and the lighting, I would say, throughout all the streets. This is not just talking about Humboldt. We're talking about, I would take A, B, and C, column A, B, and C when it comes to lighting, because that's the number one from a safety perspective. So those things I see as a sort of fundamental get in the door. And then absolutely we need to go talk to the community. I am not that community. I want to hear what they have to say. But I also want it to be not just, do you want to make Humboldt one way, but I want them to hear all the things that go around it and why it is a holistic solution and not just a bike lane versus parking. And that's where I think the discussion breaks down so much. So you take one side or the other, as opposed to how can we say yes and. So that's my thought.
Thank you, City Manager.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and go over kind of the overall consensus that I've heard from the council this evening. So go ahead and move forward with lighting improvements. I've heard that from all of you. Go ahead and move forward with our traffic calming. We had the federal grant. Start getting going on that in this corridor. Then we have start getting going on a RPP program on Humboldt, and also look at additional enforcement of abandoned vehicles and speeding in the corridor as well. Yeah, just overall parking enforcement too. We'll have that abandoned and parking enforcement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. But after hours too, or normal hours. Yeah. So come up with a proposal. And then start studying the feasibility of one-way Humboldt and doing some community outreach around that. And then also look at the rideshare program partnership when we look at the residential permit parking as well. One of the things that I think we need to, in hearing from, I'm just trying to logically kind of go through the sequence here. Before we actually go out and engage, I think it probably would make sense, and I defer to our transportation team to probably start doing that high level, kind of what you were saying, Matt, what the actual feasibility is. Because last thing we want to do is go out there when we might hear from the professionals saying it just would be infeasible. This is what it would do in terms of congestion or any of that. Just kind of understand that before we go spring that upon continuing to engage the community. Does that sound like, yes?
Yes, I'm supportive of that. I did just want to ask, if we're going to do a high level, can we also see the various cuts of like what that roadway,
how it would work? Yeah, how it would be laid out basically.
Would it be like 4 streets, 7 streets?
You're saying for the RPP program?
No, for the feasibility of one way on Humboldt.
Oh, yeah. Just I think we got to just look at the whole area of North Central. This is a bigger issue overall, right? I'm looking at our staff and they're nodding their heads. We got to look holistically in the North Central neighborhood and what this means.
With regard to the RPP, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. With regards to the RPPP, can we look at houses within 1,000 feet of Humboldt?
That's fine. If you want to give us that direction, happy to look into that.
Does that feel manageable? Okay.
I'll let's have staff and we'll go ahead and provide you an update of what we think. Yeah. Okay.
Through the mayor. Can I say one more?
Sure. Mr. City Manager?
Well, I don't know. It's kind of back and forth, so I just want to.
Okay. The other thing I was going to suggest, because you didn't say this in your recap, is we have learned through this whole process a really great bunch of lessons as to how to make better bike boulevards. And we have bike boulevards throughout the city right now that, if you listen to our bike advocate friends, will say it's just paint and it doesn't really mean anything. So, and in those neighborhoods, we're not going to be able to put bike lanes in all of them. But I would like to see if we could take some of the innovation and some of the lessons we've learned and apply them to other parts of the city, because that would be a huge windfall. It would make it like, yeah, we spent a lot of money doing this investment, but we're going to use this to spread it across the whole city. Just a suggestion.
I completely agree with that.
I see three plus starting heads. So I put that as a note too. Okay, I have the direction, Mayor. Unless you have something else you...
No, I think if you have the direction you need, then I thank everybody for their time. And
just for through the mayor, for clarity, just on the parking permit program, we're going to come back with a recommendation on distance, because I think 1,000 feet is pretty far.
Okay, yeah, so we'll come back with the overall, what we believe is appropriate. And then the other piece
Sure,
is
that's great.
we will need to come back with a budget appropriation to do this work that you're asking for. So look out for that in an upcoming meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you for everyone for your creativity. This is a lot to digest, but and I appreciate we're going to have to make decisions, but this is a holistic way to go. So it's exciting. And thank you for everybody who stuck it out with us tonight too.
Okay. Now we'll go to reports, announcements, and committee updates. Does anyone have one? Yes, Councilmember Spirko-Goditsky.
Yes, I would like to see if I have two other council members that would be open to having an agendized item to talk about a resolution for Glazenwood, and the fact that it was taken out of the general plan.
I see
would
one raised
support
hand.
that.
Yes.
So can I get a little more clear direction for myself? Would you like to, you're talking about going directly and getting a resolution approved?
I would like to have this agendized as a council discussion to have a resolution for Glazenwood.
Would you like us to bring a resolution for approval that evening, or are you
Yes.
directing me to, I guess that's what I'm looking at.
Yes.
Direction, because we are, just so that we're all clear. Right now, we're working on, local ordinance for historical work, as you all are aware. You want to bring this before, or even at that same night, get that done before approval of that ordinance. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I got direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Newsom.
Okay, so this week I attended the special meeting of the Emergency Services Council for the county. Not a lot to report other than there's a big ramp up right now countywide to be prepared for the Super Bowl, which is next weekend, and also for the upcoming World Cup games, of which I think we have either 6 or 7 are going to be held here in Santa Clara and the Bay Area. There's going to be a lot of mutual aid being led by all the cities in the county. There's going to be, unfortunately, no events at the San Mateo Expo Center, but there are some at the Cow Palace in our county. And there's going to be a lot of disruption with people being escorted from San Francisco downtown to the stadium in Santa Clara. And so that's just more, for your information. They also did push through a joint powers agreement to codify the hazmat for this upcoming year, which is impactful to us. We're going to get the money we're asking for and then circle back and hopefully be able to get a better program or a better overview in the future. And about the only other thing was what? They did a successful test of SFO for an emergency response if an aircraft were to go down, and mutual aid was provided by many agencies, including our fire department, and it was a very successful event. And that's all I had to report out on the Department of Emergency Services. Thanks.
Thank you for this report. Any other announcements? Councilmember Diaz-Nash.
Yeah, I just wanted to report out that I attended the board meeting of HART, and there was a first-time homebuyer loan program that HART has been doing for many, many years and was fairly innovative when it started. The board, we decided to transition it into a more informational referral program because there are a lot of first-time homebuyer loan programs out in the market now that are actually more competitive than what we were offering, but that people are very interested in continuing to have that information source. So I think as we do more development, focusing on the role HART can play in really promoting what first-time home buyers can do is a very important thing. And they are looking, there is a potential to look at a purchase of a housing development in San Mateo, not far away from Station Park Green, for San Mateo County Office of Education. This may or may not happen, so I don't want to go into any further information, but it's in supporting the Office of Education's real focus on workforce housing. So more to come on that. And then I think the mayor can talk about the Chamber of Commerce meeting that he presented at along with the city manager. And we also had I attended a Rethink Waste board meeting, which was a fairly, let's go through the motions, committee meeting, but there are some challenges on the horizon in terms of labor union discussions with Recology, which is the group that actually does the pickup of trash and things around the city. It's not Rethink Waste itself. So that is something to keep our eyes on and see what the impact could be. So thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Newsom.
Just a question that brought to mind. Are we concerned, or is there any movement on whether there's going to be a garbage strike for the region?
So I'll be attending a meeting this week with Recology and the city managers that are part of the 11-member JPA. And so we'll get an update from there and figure out what contingency plans possibly, how we'll approach that moving forward. And I can report back to the council in a weekly update.
Thank you. Then one more through the mayor. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Adam and I did go this past weekend to the information session put on by Assemblywoman Pappin regarding e-bikes, and it was a big deal in the sense of we're not trying to ostracize or bully up on e-bike riders. It's more of a focus towards the safety of e-bikes. And what I heard many of the city council members that were there from various cities was that many of them have done studies in their cities to see, what the concerns are, and also to make it very informational. And I don't know if we need to decide this tonight, but just plant the seed of maybe that would be something we would want to do citywide at some point in the near future. Particularly not just, from a safety perspective, but also looking at like the fire and safety aspect and the education aspect, and kind of tying back in with the schools. We heard from tonight that the schools shouldn't be held to be the only ones responsible, and I think the city could definitely assist in that. And there's a lot of documentation that's now coming out through the CHP and the state that we can share. So again, not something we need to take action on tonight, just kind of want to plant the seed of that idea.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think one takeaway I got from that town hall, in addition to what Councilmember Newsom described, was that I appreciated Chief Barberini's willingness to be part of a task force, and frankly, the SMPD playing kind of a leadership role and learning more about what devices are out there and what they do and what to look out for and how do they work. And the CHP Redwood City branch was there and spoke, and one of their members came to me and said, we've really learned a lot thanks to San Mateo Police Department. And so I was proud to see that our department was making a difference in local knowledge gathering on the subject, and I look forward to learning more. Yes, the Chamber of Commerce had its monthly public policy meeting with speakers, including myself and the city manager, Alex Kojikian, who had a full presentation, and I just came in and shared a little bit more on what I feel like we've accomplished over the last year and what we're hoping to accomplish in the year ahead. And I was proud to be invited, and thank the city manager for also being there and giving people a sense of all that's going on in our city. I also attended a legislative address along with Councilmember Diaz-Nash and member of Cal City's Peninsula Division and MC for most of the event, Deputy Mayor Nicole Fernandez. Her contributions were vital to making sure we had a great informative session from Assemblywoman Pappin, State Senator Aisha Wahab, and Congressman Sam Liccardo, among others. And please, if you're interested and are still watching and listening, we do have our goal setting session. A number of people made mention of it, but Just as an FYI, it is this Saturday at the College of San Mateo, starting 9 a.m. And we hope to see you there. And with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting. Thank you.